Oh, they've got John up. Then by power of production, yeah.
Yeah, but I need to see if you both about down a bit.
Yeah, I can do it. I think it's also in the schedule.
Cool. Yeah, just in case you have accident.
Let me just get complaints. Yep.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finals Day of the Four Nations Para Badminton International 2024, taking place here at the Emirates Arena in Glasgow. Today we have 15 finals, which will be played on courts 1, 3 and 4. The schedule for today's competition can be found on tournament software by searching for PWF Para Badminton. All spectators are reminded not to use flash photography at any time during the competition. The last 4 days have seen 228 matches. Many were very exciting and close matches. I am sure the final today will be just as exciting and compelling. The presentation ceremonies will take place at the end of the play this afternoon. Please welcome our players and technical officials onto court for our first finals. On court 4, women's singles, SH6. From India, timnasindonesiafullmatch. And from Peru, OLAHRAGA. Your umpire is Antoine Verveil, and your service judge is Jim Paul. On court 4. On court 1, women's singles SL4. From Norway, Ellie Sophie Sagoy. And from Indonesia,
Well, a very good Glasgow.
And your service judge, Ian Johnson.
It's the third most populous city in the UK, the most populous in Scotland, and we're here for another Four Nations Para Badminton International. Crucially, the last big one, so to speak, before the Paralympic Games coming up this summer. It's the third Four Nations that's been run since 2022, and what a day of action we've got ahead. I'm Bobby Griffin. I'm joined today by a good friend of mine to help me talk through all of the matches on court 1, the standing court, which kicks off in a few moments with women's singles in the SL4 class. It's the second of 3 standing classes in which players have a lesser impairment compared to SL3, who play on a half court, where one or both limbs are affecting walking and running balance. We've got the top 2 players in the world right now, ranked 1 and 2, Helle Sophie Sagoy from Norway, taking on Liani Ratri-Oktila from Indonesia. Once again, it's their 11th meeting. Liani, the Indonesian, with a heavy 9-1 lead in that head-to-head. But their last 2 meetings went the distance, both going to a deciding game. Liani took the last one in 2023 at the Australian International, 18 in the third. Prior to that, Helle had taken the 23 Four Nations title, this very event that hosted in England, Sheffield last year, and that was 21-15 in the third. And to help me talk through this one today, I've got well, I'm going to call him a veteran now of certainly spectating para badminton, Shami Sabron. Shami, good morning. It's really great to have you here. What are your thoughts so far on how the Four Nations, certainly this week, has panned out, and actually it's fairly recent history?
A very good morning, Bobby. Thank you for having me here this fine Sunday here, and what an action that we'll have today. 5 incredible matches, I think. But with regards to the Four Nations, I think it's been a fantastic series of tournaments starting in 2022 with Ireland, last year in Sheffield, England, and now with Scotland as well. And from what I've heard throughout this week here from the players themselves, they truly enjoyed being in Glasgow. It's a new city for them, for most of them, and they enjoyed being in Scotland. So I think it's and next year maybe what I heard is Wales might be hosting the tournament itself. So let's hope that happens and continue this run of tournaments in the UK.
Yeah, absolutely. They're really setting the standard, aren't they? The Four Nations. There's some great tournaments around the world. You're very much involved in how that's all developed and the running of those. But I was really impressed last year in Sheffield and again this year from talking to my Team GB teammates just to set the tone. I'm a former SL4 player myself and BWF commentator. Shami very much involved in the para badminton side of things. And yeah, this tournament set up this week in Sheffield's been run to the highest standard once again, which is great to see.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the right, Heli Sophie Sagai.
Yeah, it's definitely the standard that the players deserve, and I think Scotland has provided them with a really good facility and really good environment for them to compete this week. And you know, I'm happy that para badminton has got up to this level now.
Play.
Yeah, me too, and things have changed slightly from my sort of heyday, if you like. It's amazing to see the development, like you say, the impact that the sport is receiving, if I can use that word, because I can't think of many negatives, but the impact that the Paralympics has had on para badminton is so dramatic, isn't it?
Yes, definitely. Since in 2014 when we received news that we're going to be part of the Tokyo 2020 Paralympic Games, I think the investment, the resources put into developing the athletes and making them go to competitions and training, I think has increased so much that the performance of the athletes really shows. The level, the performance are just incredible nowadays. It's really interesting to watch.
Yeah, it is. I mean, these top players are full-time athletes now, aren't they? They are in elite training programs. They're receiving all that kind of support, like strength and conditioning, physio, even lifestyle coaching, not to mention full-time training on court each day. I mean, I still work closely with the Team GB para badminton athletes. We've got Danny Bethel in the final, which we'll have in the next match. Let's just watch this, right? That's brilliant from Liani.
Yeah, that's twice now that she's pushed it to the back while Hella's trying to move forward. So very good from Liani.
She had loads of time after this smash to come in and just choose a spot on the court. Just talking about these two players then, we've got differences in physicality, in disability, so to speak. You can see Hella Sagoy's use of the prosthetic on the right leg. Congenital, she was born without that right foot. Whereas Liani suffering that road accident when she was much younger. And that's affecting her walking and running balance. She's got a shorter limb. They took some bone out, so to speak. There's quite a difference in physicalities amongst the different sport classes. We're going to see that through the day. A prime example is in the SL3 coming up next with Dan Bethel and Nitesh Kumar. You see that across the board now, but what I love is that you've got these two players playing at a similar level despite their very different in disabilities nowadays, and that can only be down to how much they put in off court to get themselves at a level where they can train at this level.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think with Halle, and she's using prostheses to move around. It's a little bit different than Liani, who can she can feel her right leg, or is it left leg that she's impaired. With Hella, she goes all the way up to I'm not sure which part of the stump that she doesn't have, but I'm assuming she has to train really hard to make sure that she's putting her foot correctly in the location that she wants to in order to move.
Yeah, well, I can speak with a lot of experience on that. She's got a very similar prosthetic to the one I've been using for the last few years on the para badminton court. You can see where the residual limb comes down in front of the blade. That's pretty much the end of her residual limb, probably halfway down
Scores are not being displayed. Follow
the
my
shin
score.
bone. Okay, the
Right.
scoreboard's not working, as you can probably tell for any viewers watching at home right now. We'll have to listen quite carefully to the umpire, as live score's not quite up to speed either. But you're right, Shami, she has to work so hard. It's the ability or inability, really, particularly in the twisting and turning, to move left and right. That's the real struggle with
Service over.
single leg
5.
prosthetics. But she does it so well. I mean, she's trained so hard. She and I were European champions together in mixed doubles all the way back in 2014. And I don't think she'll mind me saying, but she's an entirely different player these days
8.
than she was 10 years ago. She was still a teenager at the time, so that's the main thing. But also, she's full-time, and she's so athletic now. She puts in so much hard work on and off court. And she really is one of the most physically able amputees out there, which is brilliant for her, and has progressed her all the way to the top of the world rankings.
9.
Yeah, I remember her from the 2015 World Championship, which is my first para badminton tournament that I was involved in. And she won that World Championships in 2015, but
9.
the competition back then wasn't as intense as now. And she's definitely worked really, really hard to get to the top of her category. It's much more competitive now, and
10,
for her to
6.
with that kind of impairment to be at the top is really impressive.
Yeah, it is. She's not been world number one for all that long. I mean,
7, 10.
let's talk about Liani as well. She's world number one in women's doubles. She's world number one in mixed doubles. And she's number 2 right now in women's singles. She and Chen Qifeng, the Chinese player, have been battling it out for the last few years at the top of some of the biggest events we've seen, not least the Paralympic Games in Tokyo, but also the World Championships and so many others. It is brilliant now to see Hella
11,
step up and challenge those two. I don't know what you think. You've been watching these guys for a while as we reach the mid-game interval. Here in the first, long way to go. Look at Liani's face. I think she's feeling this one already.
Well, for Liani, she's pulling double duty and playing mix as well. Not to say that Sophie isn't, but Liani plays mixed doubles in every single tournament that she goes to, and even plays women's doubles at some of the major events as well. So she plays 3 events. Hella, on the other hand, sometimes play only singles. Only when she has a partner, Rika, that she plays mixed doubles. So maybe towards the end of the week, like this week, it gets a little bit tiring, and Liani's playing mix as well later on in the finals.
Yeah, they've both had a great week in mixed doubles too. Hella and Ricard, the Swede, came through a brilliant match a couple of days ago to get through to that semi-final yesterday. But also Liani, she gave birth to I think it was her first child 2 years ago. Took the best part of a year off, which no doubt affected her ability on a badminton court. It's going to affect her fitness. She wasn't training, she wasn't competing. When these two met in the semi-final in Sheffield at the Four Nations last year, Hella came through in a brilliant third game, and no doubt Liani's feeling the effects of those lifestyle choices, but you can understand it. I mean, she's Paralympic champion, world champion. She's been there and done it all already. Starting a family is such a big thing.
It's true, Bobby.
These are real people. You know, we're talking about not just people with a disability, but people with a life. You know, off the court, and of course you've got to prioritise certain things at certain times.
Yeah, correct. And Liani is a little bit older than Hella. I mean, she's 33 years old this year, and Hella's only 26, so a 7-year gap. So I'm guessing after the Paralympic Games in Tokyo, I mean, Liani had to kind of decide on certain personal things.
This is great court coverage from Hella, even under pressure. That's just a sign of that athleticism and fitness and balance and all that training that she's been putting in. Brilliant to see. I was watching her play mix with Ricard in that semi-final, and she's elevated her game so highly these days.
Service over. 13.
That's true. And
It's a
earlier
real
this
tough
week,
test, isn't it?
yeah, that's true. Earlier this week, Helle and Ricard, her partner, pull off an incredible win against the world number 2 in mixed doubles. So,
Service
she's
over.
also becoming a really good mixed doubles
11,
player as well.
13.
Great smash down the line, just threaded down Liani's forehand side. Couple of
Live score
mistakes
is
coming
back
in.
on, right? Oh,
12.
Yeah, I think it is.
13.
quite tight here at 13-12.
Yeah, the fist pump that stayed in from Sagoi.
13 all.
I love when there's a contrast in styles, and it's not for want of style. I'm sure Liani would like to be younger, would like to be fitter. Equally, Sagoi would love to have the racket
13.
skills and the experience that Liani's got, and that's what we're looking at, isn't it? It's a kind of hard work and fitness versus talent and experience out here, and it's always great to see that unfold and see what comes out on top.
13.
I was eagerly waiting to see which Liani Ratri Oktila would turn up today, or turn up this week. We've got the Paralympic Games just around the corner.
14-15.
Everybody's trying to peak for that, Shami, and whilst this event isn't affecting the qualification to going up to the Paralympic Games, that's finished now, as you well know, it does affect the world rankings. And then that affects the seeding positions in the Paralympic Games.
15 all.
From your perspective, how important is that?
I mean, it's it depends really. I mean, in this category, the SL4, there's going to be 3 seats, and right now with Helle as the world number 1, I'm not sure how much her world ranking is going to be affected after this tournament, should she win or lose this tournament. But you really want to put yourself in a position that at the best particular position in the group rounds, because you don't want to meet
17, 15.
A player like Cheng He-Fang, who may not be seeded, interestingly, for the tournament, for the Paralympic
she's 4th
Games.
in the ranking, yeah.
Yeah, correct. So that means that she could be in any of the 3 groups that would that for the Paralympic Games, and that could make it difficult
16,
for some of these other
17.
players as well. Cheng is a really good player, and I think everybody is trying to avoid her in the group rounds and to put themselves in a good position for the knockout stages of the competition.
And those draws,
17
Shami, they come out
all.
in August, is that right? So the seeding and the positions for the Paralympic Games, they come out not long before the event really takes place.
Yes, from a second, the draw ceremony for the Paralympic Games will be on the 24th of August this year, which is just 5 days before the
17.
first day of competition. So it's quite close to the competition, and it will be very exciting to see who will be competing against each other at the Paralympic Games.
Yeah, like you said, Cheng He-Fang, she's really going to be the dark horse, if you like. Everybody in the sport, like us, know how good she is.
17.
She'll be challenging for that gold medal. She's been there and done it so many times as well, in multiple events, and has really been the sort of big rival to Liani Ratri-Oktila over the years. They'll all want to avoid her, no doubt, in the group stages at the Paralympic Games. But let's just take a moment to focus in on this end of this first game. Liani 2 points in front, 19-17. Those racket skills getting the better
20.
of Helle.
Game point.
She's now got a game point to take the
17.
first. Helle still looking pretty calm though, composed.
I'm sure Helle
Service over.
will want to
18,
try and get a medal at
20.
this year's Paralympic Games, having come so close in Tokyo when she lost the third and fourth match to Ma Huihui of China. So I'm sure this year she'll be gunning for one of those medals.
Oh, it's brilliant from Liani.
Game.
Good rally to finish the opening game.
Won by Liani Ratri Oktila.
And those racket
21,
skills coming
18.
into play. She just has the time to keep the shuttle on the racket before she decides which shot she's going to play. Helle so late in the court, 4 or 5 times in that game, and that was the difference for me. Helle's got a tough job on her hands here today. She really needs to make the court bigger and take that time away from Liani. Opening game, 21-18 to the Indonesian. Pretty good display, Shami. So far, these two, as good as I've seen them, really.
Yeah, true. Quite close first game here, 21-18. So I'm assuming that, Helle's going to be, trying her best here to go to 3 games and, make it as close as possible.
Code 1, 20 seconds. Code 1, 20 seconds. Second game, love all, play. Service over, 1 love.
That's a wonderful shot from Liani. Deceptive forehand cross net as we see the second game get underway, 1-1, with Oktila taking the first. It was a good start to the match from both players. I think Liani will be quite satisfied so far. I think Helle's probably looking like the more physical player, Shami, but those racket skills from Liani are still there, and if she's given that time on the shuttle, she's so dangerous.
That's true. I mean, she's won quite a fair bit of point there on her racket skills. Just all these trick shots that she's making.
Well, that's not coming back from Oktila. Really well set up rally. She's only got 2 tournament wins since the 4 Nations last year. One of those was actually in the World Ability Sport Games just before Christmas, and winning her home event, the Indonesian International. That must have been nice for you, Shami, the last few years, to see those level 3. I think it's a level 3, am I right? Or is it a level 2? But those tournaments evolve and come onto the circuit, very much part of your role within the BWF. But how nice is it to see 4 Nations put on a level 1, to see countries like Indonesia bring on other level 2s and 3 tournaments, and all the events that evolve around the world, from the Middle East to Australia.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely over the last 10 years, it's been a good evolution of the tournaments. When I first got involved with para badminton in the circuit, there was only about 5 tournaments, 6 tournaments a year, And now we're looking at about last year in 2023, about 18 tournaments in total. So there's a lot more opportunities for athletes to get involved in different regions around the world. They can compete in many competitions, try to get to the highest level of the sport, which is the Paralympic Games. So it's very good to see, and I like that there's also a spread of competitions across all the regions. So definitely good for the sport. And from what I know, in 2025 we'll have a lot more tournaments as well. So it's good.
Well, that's really good to hear.
6-3.
We're looking at Liani again, some terrific racket skills. Hella's coach unsure what to suggest by the look on her face right now. But yeah, Shami, it's great because I see it within the Team GB. The coaches, the selection committees, the players themselves are able to be a lot more choosy, to pick and choose which events they're going to go toward to maximise those ranking points. World rankings means qualification for the Games. Paralympic Games is all about that exposure in the sport. And really that's where the money is in the sport. If you can medal at the Games or get far, that's what we see a lot of funding coming from the governing bodies. And that's what it's all about really. And like you say, 10 years ago where we only had a few international tournaments, players just went to everything. But now, where there's 10, 15 and more tournaments, you're choosing where you can get ranking points. You're choosing to go and win a level 2 instead of competing at a really highly entered level 1, for example. How are you feeling about the structure and the fact that you've got more ranking points in level 1 than you have in 2 and again in 3? Is that working so far? Do you feel like it's been successful?
I think it's we started the whole new structure in 2022, obviously, and then I think it's been really good because from the feedback that I received from the coaches, they're now able to, like you said, select the tournaments that they want to go to instead of previously going to everywhere. There's a clear definition of what the tournaments offer in terms of ranking points. So the elite players will obviously go and try and compete at the highest level, and then the slightly lower ranked players, when they need more development tournaments, they could pick the level 3s, which is very good for them, not having to play on all these elite level players at their first tournament. Imagine going up against Lin Dan in your first badminton tournament. I mean, that used to happen in para badminton, where the players would meet the world #1 in their first tournament. But with the different structure, we have level 1, 2, and 3. The level 3s are more developmental, and you can compete at your first tournament there. So it's good.
As we look at Rickard, Hella Sofie's mixed doubles partner from Sweden, and his mum and coach sat next to him. It's 11-5 in the second. Oktila taking the opening game as well. She really has a stranglehold on this final now, Shami. But you're absolutely right. I mean, even when I started in the sport back in 2009, 2010, I think my first international, to have those more localized tournaments as well. We've got a lot more festivals and regional camps and things going on in the UK, which is an introduction for young players and for new players, especially where you might have had an accident and that's cause for disability and you're getting into the sport. But to have those level 3s where you wouldn't expect to meet a Chiele Ku or a Liani Oktila in your opening match, how, like you said, how off-putting is that to turn up and get absolutely destroyed by a world-class full-time athlete when you've only just started playing the sport. So that's a really good positive, I think, from the BWF to have created a structure where you can come in as a young or a new player.
It's true, Bobby, and Liani here has won quite a number of points now again at the net, and Hella seems to be struggling getting those back.
Yeah, I mean, again, given Liani time, especially in the forecourt, she's a terrific net player. She plays a lot of mixed doubles. that forehand, for example, then you just saw it from the side shot. The skill, the technical ability, that's where she's a level above Helle right now. Helle might get there. I mean, she's younger, like you said, she's got time on her hands, but if I was Helle, I wouldn't be playing Liani in the forecourt. I wouldn't be playing slow shots to the forecourt to allow Oktila to get there. She needs to push her back, make her late, and then drag her all the way into the net on the full stretch to not give her time to use those racket skills. It's a test for Helle, it really is.
Yep.
8-13.
Getting quite a lot of sideways shots of Oktila, just a chance for us all to evaluate those racket skills. She's breathing heavily though, but she's looking quite composed, Shami, and confident.
Well, it's a 7-point gap now. Only 6 more points to go here. I'm sure there is a little bit more focus on the singles here for Liani this year because of the Paralympic Games. She missed out on the gold medal at the Tokyo Paralympic Games to Chang He-Fang, obviously, and won her mixed and women's doubles. So the singles is really the only, major title at the Paralympic Games that she doesn't have yet. So I'm sure she wants to fill that gap in her resume.
Service over. 16-9. Service over. 10-16. Service over. 17-10.
Well, Liani still maintaining that 7-point advantage late in the second. Time's running out for Helle, who can't afford to miss those kind of net shots.
18-10.
It's turning out, Shami, to be unlike the last 2 meetings. And Liani's starting to run away with this one. And it's a good sign going into the Paralympics if Liani's
11-18.
on this kind of form.
That's true, Bobby. I mean, like I said earlier, the singles is at the Paralympic Games is the only title that Liani doesn't have right now on her resume. So, and this year there won't be any women's doubles SL3 SU5 at the games like last time. So, she wants to make the most out of this. She's 33 years old, and not sure how many more Paralympic Games she'll be involved with.
Service over. 12-19.
Going for the body with that smash. Good block from Helle. Last chance, really. Helle needs to push right now to stand any chance in this. And like you say, Shami, she picked up 2 gold medals and a silver at the Paralympic Games. That's the most accomplished performance we've seen from a para badminton athlete. Match point here for Liani Ratriotila. Oh, Helle undecided, the whole court's open. Liani's come through. A polite applause from Helle, who just couldn't quite keep up today. That's a terrific performance from Oktila.
And played hard left. Match won by Liani Ratri Oktila, 21-18.
Very, very good performance from Liani here. Very confident in the game today, and secured the wins in 2 games, which is great for her going into the, going to the Paralympic Games against a really top player in Haile Sophie Segoe.
Yeah, absolutely. 27, just pushing 28 minutes for that women's singles SL4 final. She'll be delighted with that, Shami, because she's got to come back on court later for the mixed doubles.
That's true, yes.
She's up against her teammates, Freddie Setiawan and Kalimetis Sadia, with her partner, Hikmat Ramdani. That's match number 5. We'll have that live for you. And that's more her comfort zone as well, I would say, doubles. To come through in straight games in the women's singles. Terrific day so far, terrific week for Liani Oktila. Well, don't go anywhere. We've got 4 more finals to come. SL3 men's singles coming up in a few moments' time. Danny Bethel taking on India's Kumar Nitesh in a few moments.
On court number 1, the men's singles SL3 final. Please welcome from England, Daniel Bethel, and from India, Kumar Nitesh. Your umpire, Cornelia Schroeder, and your service judge, Peter Chow.
Well, thanks for being with us here in Glasgow, Scotland for finals day at the 4 Nations Para Badminton International 2024. Terrific performance from Liani Ratri Oktila coming through against Haile Segoe in straight games in the previous match, SL4 women's singles that was. We turn our attention to SL3 men's singles. SL3 describing players with impairment in one or both of their lower limbs, typically with poor walking and or running balance. England's Daniel Bethel, star really of the Team GB Para Badminton squad, looking towards Paris Paralympic Games in, well, a matter of weeks now. World number 1, he's going up against India's Kumar Nitesh in this final. Big news really, the absence of Pramod Bhagat right now in the para badminton scene, but a very well deserved place in this final for Nitesh, who's world number 3 at the moment. Shami, we mentioned it earlier, we've got 2 very different disabilities on show here. How good is it for you to see that and see how para badminton, over a lot of other sports, is able to showcase such a range of disabilities?
I think it's very good because the SL4 and SL3 are 2 very different, categories really. The SL3 is, playing on half-court singles, while the SL4 has a bit better mobility that allows them to play on full court. And if you're one of those people that has limited mobility, there is a place for you in the sport itself to compete to the highest level competitively as well. So I think it's good.
Yeah, I think it's great. We've got those 6 sport classes, of course, 2 wheelchair classes. Well, there's 7 actually. Short stature as well. SL3 on a half court. It's a real war of attrition, isn't it? SL3, particularly the men's singles. We see some of the longest rallies in the sport. We've seen matches go on for, I think my longest that I've witnessed in person was about 1 hour and 50 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right.
Wow, that's very long, Bobby. I mean, I remember at the World Championships this year in Pattaya, Thailand, the longest match there was 100 minutes with the men's single SL3. And that was the longest match of the tournament. So it is really a battle when, you know, 2 really good players go at it.
Yeah, and these 2 really are 2 of those really good players that you mentioned. Nitesh, for me, has got one of the best rackets in para badminton. There's a few players we could mention. Freddie Setiawan in SL4, Chiele Q in SU5. But his racket skills, that wrist strength, and the ability to choose those shots that he does, for me, really puts him up there and sort of cancels out, to some extent, that disability. You know, an above-knee amputee on a half-court has a really, really tough job to do physically. Brilliant from Nitesh.
That's true, Bobby. I mean, his wrist strength, you know, when he gets that slightly more difficult shot coming at him and he's able to twist and manipulate his wrist, you know, it neutralizes the shot itself and able to put it back to his opponent, which is good.
And the contrast to Daniel Bethel, who has cerebral palsy from birth.
1-all.
He's ready for those long matches. He's one of the fittest guys out there. He's so strong, given his disability, and credit to everybody that's been involved in England and Team GB for, to some extent, creating the player that Daniel is now. I mean, I see him in the gym and it's incredible what he can do. That left leg alone, he can single leg press around 300 kilos. I mean, it's insane how strong the guy is. And his game style really has to be today to wear down Kumar Nitesh, who's no slouch himself. He's a fit guy.
I mean, he has to be fit, Bobby, because while Daniel only plays singles, Nitesh regularly pulls in double duty and, you know, plays mixed doubles with his partner Tulasimati, an SU5 player. So for an SL3 player to play those long matches and add in a mixed doubles event as well, and sometimes a men's doubles event, I mean, that's, you know, incredible fitness from him.
Yeah, it is, and they've got a huge strength in depth as well, haven't they, Shami? The Indian nation, particularly across SL3 and SL4, so many players. I mean, we were talking about the Indian nationals, if you want to call it that, and how many players they bring into those tournaments. It was well in the hundreds, wasn't it? I think there was over 100 just in SL3.
2, 3.
I mean,
at the last one.
National championship is huge, Bobby. Well over, you know, 600-700 players sometimes.
Wow.
So, which is good because that shows the interest in para badminton that the nation of India has, and, you know, it's great.
Yeah, it is a big pool of players to choose from, if you like, or to see the very best come to the top.
4
and perform. I mean, we've got Pramod Bhagat in this category, world champion, Paralympic champion. Those two results, both overcoming Daniel Bethel in the only two matches that Daniel has lost to Pramod in the last 3 years, pretty much. It just happened to be the big ones, you know, proving that when the pressure's on, it's not just about physicality, is it? It's also about your mental ability to not make mistakes, to come through against adversity. And Daniel this year with no Pramod Bhagat going into the Paralympics.
He called it in, I corrected him. Correction out.
Oh, the umpire's just correcting that shot, which looks to have gone out from Nitesh. Daniel's got to be clear favourite, Shami, hasn't he? Paralympic Games gold medal.
He does have an 8-0 record here against Nitesh, and Nitesh is the biggest opponent that he has right now in going into the Paralympic Games. So he has to be the clear favorite going into the games. And if you look at the record that Daniel has against all these other players, I mean, just this week alone, I mean, all of his opponents didn't manage to get 12 points out of him. So he's clearly dominating the SL3 category, Daniel.
Yeah, he has been for some time now, world #1, and I think I agree with you, Shami. Nitesh, at the moment anyway, posing the only real threat to Bethel. Daniel working hard here, very close to Dan, my former men's doubles partner and somebody I see in, week out. And he's come out firing because I think he'll admit himself he's guilty of a slow start in some matches, allowing a few points to creep away. Doesn't seem to be the case today. 6-3 up against what I'm looking at, a very good looking Kumar Nitesh. He's both playing at their very best right now.
I think for Nitesh, he do not want to let this get away from him, because it's going to be very, very hard to get back into the game once you've got, you know, 6-7 points lead when Daniel has those leads.
Yeah, Dan doesn't make that many mistakes unless he's really under pressure mentally. Yeah, that little noise, Daniel.
7-3.
A sort of verbal fist bump, so to speak. I recognise that. He's up for this.
Daniel,
And
do you want to change
it's
the
going to be
shuttle?
tough for Nitesh, whose best chance for me in this match is to have a good performance in the opening game. He really needs this first one. Coming back against Bethel isn't easy.
7-3.
See James Boxall, Richard Morris in the background behind Bethel. Team GB coaching staff. And a poor decision from Nitesh, letting that one drop on the back line.
The last time these two met was at the Para Badminton World Championships semi-finals this year, and that match went to 3 games, with, you know, obviously Daniel winning the semi-finals there. But it was quite a close game.
Yeah, they've had a few close battles. Some of Nitesh's teammates as well over the years have put up a good fight against Bethel, not just Pramod Bhagat, but Manoj Sarkar as well.
This is a good rally, Bobby.
Nitesh looking calm. He's just got that racket skill, hasn't he? Just to be able to... Oh, Bethel's just gone wide.
4-8. Quick, very quick.
Could hear the instructions from James Boxall behind. Couldn't see him, but I could hear him. And I think that gamesmanship is something, again, that Bethel has really evolved into over the years, when things get tight, not rushing, taking breaks when physically you should try and get a breather. You know, we see that at the top of the able-bodied game. Certain players like to sort of exploit the rules just to get a bit of composure back or to break the momentum of their opponent. Something Bethel has got much better at as he's got older.
Service over.
Actually, when you're playing with in this event, you know, the SL3 event, it's characterized by long rallies, and you know, your mantle has to be strong in order to, you know, last very long on court, basically.
Service over. 5-9.
You've got to be very, very patient to finish the point.
Yeah, patience is a huge part of it, isn't it? In half-court singles, there's just nowhere to go on court. It's almost a game of chess, isn't it, at times? Trying to create that opening. That's wild from Nitesh.
Service over.
And that's the thing, that's the lack of patience. He built a great rally, that reverse slice opened up a short lift, and he had a chance to attack Bethel. And you almost get too eager, too keen to put the rally away.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he will win 1 point and, you know, probably lose the next two, and you know, the gap just keeps building for him.
Well, this is brilliant so far from Daniel Bethel. 11-5 at the break, and Nitesh really up against it.
The feather. The feather. Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Coach, thank you. Coach, thank you. Play. 12-5.
Bethel looking in full force.
13-5.
He's a real handful on this kind of form, Shami. I think Kumar's best opportunity now is whether Bethel loses his composure, whether he starts taking a few shortcuts and gets a bit impatient, tries to finish the rally too early and starts leaking some errors, because on this form, there's just nobody that can beat Bethel.
Yeah, that's true. I think it's running away now from Nitesh here.
14-5.
There's Boxley and Doris, or James Boxall, Richard Morris. Not smiling yet. Still work to do. There's been some good comebacks over the years though, Shami. I'm sure you've seen a few yourself.
But there's been some incredible comebacks from, you know, players playing against Bethel, well, especially at the Paralympic Games with Pramod winning that one. I think he was down quite significantly in the second game, and Pramod just manages to finish the game in 2, which was incredible, really. But Daniel looks very, very strong here, and it's going to be hard for Nitesh to get back in this first game.
That is superb from Bethel.
15-5.
It's worth balancing that argument, because Bethel's also got brilliant racket skills in certain positions on the court. That forehand slice, really well executed. And these two top players covering just half the court, their defence is so good. You need that variation. You need to be able to slice the shuttle, cut the shuttle, punch clear, and crucially all of those shots need to look the same as they're prepping overhead.
How amazing would it be, Bobby, for Daniel and England or Great Britain to get a medal at a gold medal at Paralympic Games later this year? What would it mean to you as an Englishman?
Oh, for me, that's the dream. I mean, I thought Bethel had it last time. It was a great fight from Pramod, and a slight mental breakdown. I think I can be honest about it. That Bethel didn't win that gold last time in Tokyo.
15.
Kristen Coombs came through in SH6 and took the bronze in the men's singles as well. And, you know, the whole of Europe only saw 4 Paralympic badminton medals. 2 for Lucas Mazur in SL4 men's singles and SU3, SU5. Mixed doubles with Faustine, and then Bethel and Coombs.
16.
To see a gold come back for GB would, you know, really do wonders for the sport. And testament to all the hard work that's gone in. You know, they've really embraced
16.
the elite sport that is para badminton now. Everything that goes in behind the scenes is professional. It really is just you know, showcases the top of para badminton. We've had Vitor Tavares come over and train with us for 2 weeks. The last 10 days leading up to this Four Nations SH6 men's singles. We've had him, Coombs and Shepherd all fighting it out. You know, 3 of the top 5 players in the world, top 6 players in the world. You know, learning from each other, putting in, and testament to GB for inviting him to come over and embrace that. And you know, I talked about earlier with, you know, we've got lifestyle coaching, strength and conditioning, nutrition, psychology, all of these things going on. We've got physio with not just rehab afterwards, but prehab before they start training. You know, this is really
Service over.
the top of sport, and to see a gold come back, and most likely that would be Daniel Bethel if things don't go wrong somewhere, or he gets injured, or you know, something happens on the day. It'd really be a dream. It'd do so much for the sport, and not just the sport to look at and to be proud of, but also to affect it physically. You know, medals create funding. It's as simple as that. If you've got chances of medals at Paralympic Games, your nation, however that's funded, are more likely to put money into the sport to create more Daniel Bethels, to allow Bethel to go on and do what he's trying to do. And not just that, we've got other players within the GB squad playing at this sort of level, and we've got a pathway developing of young people coming through that we want to see go on to the Paralympics in the future. So without the funding, you know, we can't do that. Without the medals, right now we haven't got the funding. So that's, it's not just I'd be proud and it would be nice. It's a physical sort of requirement that we're performing at this level. So yeah.
Daniel, back on board.
19-9, Bethel, 10 points lead. And I would say cruising through this opening game, but it's not easy. He's really had to come out of the blocks early, Bethel, and he's in top gear from the start of the match, which I think for GB.
And do you think that's part of the game plan here, Bobby? That, you know, you come out and get those early points and, you know, try to maintain that lead all the way through, because it's such a difficult thing to get points in the SL3, because the rallies are so long. You get tired obviously.
Yeah, I do agree that. I think it's very important to assert your presence on your opponent in SL3. Any kind of confidence for a player is crucial, and if your opponent's confident and playing freely and you can't find a way to break him or her down, you end up forcing things. You end up trying to hit it too hard, you end up going for that slice when you're off balance or out of position, and you make mistakes, you leak errors, and it becomes even easier for your opponent. So Bethel's been guilty over the years of not starting that strongly, particularly in the first half of the game. Today is very different because Nitesh isn't doing a whole lot wrong here. Just a couple of shots really, so is Bethel. Bethel's just playing and using that physicality, that advantage he has over Nitesh. And again, playing against Bethel, when he's playing with this kind of focus and timing and confidence, he's so hard to break down. Brilliant from Nitesh. Good rally to win.
Really good patience there for Nitesh, just playing it until he gets that one opening to smash it down the line.
Daniel, back on court.
Although you wonder what's going on in Nitesh's mind here, whether it's 19-10 now. Do you take it a little bit easy and just push everything back and try to win 1 point at a time? Or you're trying to rush it and try to get a quick point if you can, as I'm saying that.
Yeah, the block into the net from Nitesh. It's hard to say, it depends how you feel and if you've got that physical capability to drag this out, drag a few points out of Bethel. I mean, it's important to get back into some kind of zone and to try and find a way to beat Bethel. And if you can do that now, even though he's going to lose his first game, it'd be very, very unlikely for him to come back and win the opening game when Dan's on game points already. But just to get that confidence back and try and win, to start the second game more on an even keel, or perhaps feeling a lot more confident about your own abilities. I think there's a lot of value in that. If he's tired, I mean, he's just hit that one out the back. If he's tired, he might just want to allow this first game to go, and get a break, and refresh, restart, and look towards the second. 21-11. Daniel Bethel is looking like the dominant force that he is in SL3 men's singles.
अगर बाई चांस तेरा शॉट अगर ग्राउंडेड चला भी जाए तो यू शुड बी रेडी फॉर 30 ओनली, उसका माइंड को मोर अलर्ट करने, एंड तुम्हें एक ही मैच मारा है पूरे मैच में, मैच ही नहीं मारा, बस तुम्हें तो यूज तो करना ही है ना। जब वो हाई टॉस मारे तो वो हाई टॉस मारा तो उसका गेम खेलने लग जा रहा है, हाई टॉस हाई टॉस हाई टॉस, योर गेम इज डिफरेंट। हाई टॉस पे तो पैरेलल टॉस, ठीक है, पैरेलल टॉस, और बीच में जब देखते हो हाई मिले अचानक से स्ट्रोक वो नेट पर से ड्रिबल करता है, अचानक से रैली शुरू कर दे। ड्रिबल में दे अब तू कर भी लेगा तो आराम से लिफ्ट हो जाएगा। तो तू ये नेट वाला में एक ने पॉइंट फिर भी लिया, तूने दूसरे नहीं लिया, तो तू भूल जाएगा। अब तेरे को क्रिएट करना पड़ेगा। क्रिएट कहाँ पर होगा? नंबर 1 रैली के टाइम पे होगा, जब तू वेरिएशन ऑफ स्ट्रोक खेलेगा, एक स्ट्रोक की तेरी एक ही स्पीड से हाफ।
Chord 1, 20 seconds. Chord 1, 20 seconds.
अभी मैं
Thank you.
तूने जब 2 बार यूज किया ना, पर वो ऊपर आ गया।
Players back on court.
Well, you can hear the GB teammates, and there's some of them. That's the support staff on the back row. Sally McGinn, Julie Smith, Amy Wesson, Physio, Psych and Lifestyle, all there supporting. I could hear Rachel Chung. I could hear Jack Shepherd cheering Bethel on. both Boxy
Second game.
and Rich. But what a year Daniel Bethel has had, Shami. I know you've looked into it. Tell us about his win-loss ratio over the last 12 months or so.
La ball. Play.
2023 was incredible for Daniel. I mean, from what I know, he played 38 matches. He only lost one of those matches through retirement. So, I mean, 38 matches played and only one. It's an incredible record, and
a retirement. It wasn't even a defeat.
Exactly, and shows how dominant he is in this SL3 men's singles category. And this year alone, he's played 13 matches and he's had one walkover and one loss to promote at the Para Badminton World Championships final. So.
Yeah, what a match to choose your only real defeat. You know, the final of the World Championships. That I can tell you something that breaks the heart of Daniel Bethel, who changes his racket mid-rally. Absolutely incredible from Bethel. Now he needs to go on and win this point, because that is like showboating for me. That's exhibition stuff. He's playing a game of singles. He hasn't got a partner to back him up. He breaks a string. And he ran off halfway through this very rally to change rackets, and it's still going on.
How quickly was he on that? Immediately,
Unreal.
just, yeah.
And to get the feel as well, he's outfoxed Nitesh. He's come through on the rally. That is brilliant from Bethel.
2-1.
That needs to be on a highlight reel. I hope that's someone cuts that out and
let's see if we get a replay
it.
of this.
Yeah.
We're just looking at Bethel change his towel down after the rally. But just the audacity, really. Most people would just play on with a broken string. It's possible. You lose your feel, you lose your touch, but you can choose to hit shots that are more neutral and hope your opponent breaks down. That's the sensible option. It's such a risk to run off Shami, surely.
Exactly. I'm not sure if he knew his string was broken from the shot before that, or...
Yeah, he did.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely, yeah. You could feel it instantly. You can hear the sound, and as a player, you know when a string's gone. You just feel it in the very next shot, even if you haven't heard it and seen it on that shot. But just to be able to... It's a game plan as well. He needs to give himself time to do it. So he had to... Oh, Nitesh in the net. He has to hit a high shot to the back to give himself time to run off and change rackets and come back. To then be able to execute that game plan and then go into a long rally and continue it and then win the rally. I mean, that is brilliant.
I wonder what that does to Nitesh here, like not believing that he just lost that point.
You can't even beat Bethel when Bethel's racket doesn't work. You know what I mean? I mean, that is special. Points he has won so far, though, Nitesh, have been really well earned. The 1 point on the board in this second game, he got Bethel into a mid-court driving position, which Bethel doesn't really want to be in against a player like Nitesh. Nitesh is too strong there, which is why Bethel's blocking to the front and going over the top of Nitesh. He doesn't want to drive in the middle, because that gives Nitesh a chance. First slice twice from Nitesh. Yeah, another good rally for Bethel to win.
5-1.
Just squeezing too tight, Nitesh, at the end. Rich looking quite relaxed. We both know, Shami, don't we, that Rich isn't always as relaxed as he looks right now.
I'm pretty sure Richard's feeling quite confident heading to the Paralympic Games with Bethel in this form.
Yes, absolutely. He will be for sure. I know the medal target for GB is a little higher than that. Yes, a final for Bethel is the aim. Hopefully the gold. But also we've got some expectation on our SH6 players as well. To see Jack, who had that injury earlier this year, be able to compete this week. Jack Shepherd I'm talking about, in the form that he has done, was really impressive. Credit to him and the team for getting him ready for this week.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be an exciting time for Nitesh as well, going into his first Paralympic Games in 2 events, the singles and the mixed doubles.
Yeah, that is brilliant, isn't it? And
not many of the men's single SL3 players, you know, can pull off 2 events due to the grueling nature of the SL3 singles event.
yeah, testament to Nitesh's fitness, and you know, they've got some strong SU5 females now, haven't they, in India? Brilliant from Bethel across the forehand side of Nitesh, difficult to defend. That will build some confidence. You know, a clean winner from Bethel, hitting the floor and not just forcing an error out of your opponent. That's a real confidence booster. Yeah, so Nitesh, they've got, is it just the one mixed doubles pair going into SL3 SU5 mixed, or have they qualified in 2? I know they've got 3 SL4 men's singles players going, haven't they?
Correct. From the male SL3 players, only one of them, which is Nitesh, is playing mixed doubles. The rest are SL4 and SU5s. Oh, sorry. There's one more pair from China, which is Yang Fuxia and Yang Jianyuan, that's qualified for the game as well. So apologies for that mistake. Yeah. So there is 2 SL3 men that's playing in mixed and singles. But Yang is a little bit lower in the rankings, and he's just managed to get into the singles through the doubles.
Yeah, that's a really interesting, sort of fascinating setup, isn't it? Being able to qualify for singles through the doubles ranking, particularly mixed doubles, 3s, 4s and 5s.
Yeah, it is a little bit of an interesting method to qualifying for the Paralympic Games. A little bit different from the able-bodied side, which, you know, most players would qualify through the specific event which they play in. But for the Paralympic Games, because we have 16 events and a location of only 120, and you have to be a little bit creative on how people qualify for the games, ensuring that we don't have more than the 120 that were allocated by the International Paralympic Committee.
Yeah, let's talk about that for a moment, shall we? Because we had 14 gold medal events in Tokyo. We've got 16 this year, with SH6 women coming in, and that's obviously mixed doubles and their singles event. And the other is SL3 females too?
Correct, yeah. So 3 new events coming in, and the women's double SL3 SU5, which was in Tokyo, were dropped from the games this time.
Yeah, that's right. So 3 in, 1 out. So from 14 to 16. We've also got, like you said, 120 athletes going to the games maximum. We had 96 in Tokyo, is that correct?
90. We had 90 athletes
90.
Going to the games last time in Tokyo. So a 30 player jump from that, which is good for the sport.
Yeah, that's a third more than last time, which is great to see the sport grow. Great to see more events going in, because for viewers that haven't watched or been involved in para badminton for all that long, we've actually got 22 gold medal events when it comes to, for example, a world championships or an international like this one. So to now have 16 of them featured in the Paralympics is great to see that grow. I used to be quite bitter about it. My favourite event, my top event, was men's doubles, SL3 SL4 with Daniel Bethel. for that not to go to the Paralympics in Tokyo was hard to accept, but to see those events starting now to come in, we might see those kind of events feature in years to come, in Paralympics to come, whether that's LA or Brisbane or even further in the future. But they've got to carve it up somehow, Shami. You know, and this is proven to be successful. We're watching an international, not a World Championships, not a Paralympics, but just a, all right, level one of the top internationals. That's been really well run, professionally run. We're watching it live on TV with live commentary. It's a testament to the sport, how well has it evolved over the last 10 years to get to this stage.
Yeah, exactly, Bobby. And, you know, you as a, I would say, a former player now, you know, would I really understand how, you know, how much things have changed from when you played, and, you know, how the organizations are run during your time compared to now. And to see this happening for me over a period of 10 years has been, you know, really satisfying. And, you know, the players deserve it. They work really, really hard to get to where they are. And, you know, they are, you know, fantastic athletes. You know, they put in so much effort to be better in the sport. So, and the matches that we've seen nowadays is, you know, high quality matches. You know, the level of badminton is really, really good.
Well, it's good timing you just said that, because Nitesh with a chance to finish the rally early doesn't take the opportunity. These two, the last 5 minutes or so, and that's how long it's taken for just 4 or 5 points, I'd say. Some of the longest rallies we've seen all week. And Nitesh in the previous rally, Bethel thought it was going out the back, he leaves it to fall on the line. The margins for victory in this kind of level is so small. And that can only be achieved when your badminton is up to the level where you can compete, because I tell you what, the defence of these two is some of the best in the world. We have Daniel Bethel training against the English able-bodied squad sometimes for sort of exhibitions or for training scenarios down at Milton Keynes. And you know, they're all surprised when they come up against Daniel Bethel on a half court, how difficult he is to beat. And he beats some of them. I'm not going to mention any of their names, I don't want to embarrass them. But, you know, he comes through against well-known English able-bodied players. And that's the level of para-badminton these days.
Yeah, I'm sure not many people can, you know, keep up with Danny Bethel playing half-court singles.
On court number 4, the women's singles SL3 final. So please welcome onto the court from Indonesia, Sayakura Purwanata Iktia, and from India, Manasai Girisha Chandra Joshi.
Must be quite satisfying, Shami, as they introduce the women's singles SL3 final going on to, I think it's court 4 in a couple of moments. It must be nice now to see them. Yes, they were in Tokyo in SL3, SU5 mixed doubles, great net exchange. Tesh coming out on top, a wry smile from Bethel, who was beaten there. But yeah, it must be quite nice, Shami, to see those players have their own event in singles, and also to have the inclusion of SH6 females in this Paralympics, because they didn't get a chance to play last time.
Yeah, correct, Bobby. I mean, it's nice to have all the 12 singles event at the games this time, which means that every single class, male and female, has the opportunity to compete at the Paralympic Games. You know, last time in Tokyo, there's no female SH6 players competing, so they missed out on that one. But this time around, they have that opportunity, and which is good. And over the last 2 years or so, we've seen really an increase in participation from this particular category, female SH6, and it's good for the development of sport. This is exactly what happened in 2017 and 2018 when we announced the events for the Tokyo Paralympic Games. The number of participation for SH6 back then just, you know, risen up so quickly, over the next few years. So it's great.
11-6, the mid-game interval in the second. Bethel still in control, but Nitesh fighting so hard throughout this second game so far. Some of the longest rallies we've seen. And yeah, Sharmi, I totally agree. You know, that kind of announcement, and it goes back to that sort of funding question and the opportunities for players to make the best out of the sport themselves. Not just the numbers going up, but also the standard has been going up. We go back to, let's say, the 2015 World Championships. Somebody like Rachel Chung was dominating the sport. You know, 10 times world champion across singles and doubles. The announcement's made, it's in the Paralympics now. And now she's a full-time athlete, she's training hard, she's a much, much better player than she was a few years ago. And yet, she's not at the top in the rankings anymore. You know, she's top 5 in both, in women's singles. They're still up there in mixed doubles, but you could argue that some of the other top mixed pairs haven't played all the events to keep their ranking as high. And they were undone yesterday in the semi-finals by an Indian pair. That was perhaps something of a surprise. So that just goes to show it's not just the numbers going up, but also the standard across the world is going up as well.
Yeah, that's true, Bobby. I mean, you know, the sport keeps finding all these new talents coming in each year, which is very good for the sport. In badminton, you find a male or a female player, train them up. But in para badminton, you have to find a male and female, and in different classes. And sometimes you can find, you know, certain players with like a perfect kind of type of player for different classes that sometimes can become a really good talent. And we've seen that over the years. Some players just come up out of nowhere and started competing competitively and winning tournaments out of nowhere, which is good. It keeps the sport interesting.
Yeah, it really does, and it's one of the brutal aspects of para sport, not just para badminton, but all para sport, in that you've got different disabilities in the same sport class. We're looking at an above-knee amputee in Nitesh Kumar here against a sufferer of cerebral palsy in Daniel Bethel. Nitesh has got terrific racket skills, and yes, he's at the top of the game, but arguably we're absent Prabodh Bhagat, who would have been the likely top threat. There is a ideal body type, isn't there, for certain sport classes. It's no surprise, for example, in SU5, the Paralympic final in Tokyo was played by two men who both have use of their non-racket hand, for example, whereas they're playing up against players week in, week out in internationals that don't have an arm at all and can't use the hand. So the ability to be able to hold the shuttle on serve.
15-7.
How many double amputees, which are in SL3 for example, get to the latter stages of these kind of tournaments? Very few. It's very difficult because physically they're not able to put in the amount of training hours and keep up like Nitesh can, which again, testament to an above-knee amputee. For me, he's one of my favourite para badminton players to watch because of what he's achieved as an amputee. I'm an amputee myself, below knee, and I know how hard that is. It's a soft spot for me. And we see it across all the sport classes. And it's the same in other sports. It's the same in running, it's the same in swimming. There are certain body types, to the extent where we're trying to search for players in GB and in England to progress our pathway and create new talent for the future. It would be very unlikely that we would put full investment into a young double amputee below the knee, for example. Colin Leslie was on court this week for Scotland, for example. So if people have been watching this week, they'll know who I'm talking about. Whereas you find somebody with the body type like Daniel Bethel, and let's say we found a 14-year-old that likes the sport, there's more opportunity for him because he can go all the way to the top. And it's a brutal part of the sport, not just badminton, not just para badminton, but all sport. I first had my accident, a road accident, when I was in my late 20s. I went to a sports development day to try different sports. I loved rowing and triathlon, but GB took one look at me and said, look, you're 5'8", you know, 1m73 in height, you weigh 60 kilos, you're 28 years old, not 18 years old. You're never going to be 100 kilos, you're never going to be 6'3". So, I'm sorry, but we can't take you on, and that's just the brutality of sport, isn't it?
Exactly, Bobby. I mean, it's, you know, to get to the top, obviously, there's quite a bit of investment that needs to happen, and you know, if you're not able to.
Yeah, sorry, Shami. We'll continue that in a couple of moments. Let's just see. It's important for viewers focusing in at 27. Yeah. Bethel on match point. There it is, and the big cry from Bethel. She is in the stands. Tons of English, Scottish, and GB teammates, friends and family watching.
That was a very convincing win from Bethel, Bobby. I mean, as you were talking there, you know, he just racked up all those points from the second half of that second game. So
yeah, we got into a nice conversation, and suddenly the game ran away. An embrace with James Boxall and Richard Morris for Daniel Bethel. 21-7 in the second, Shami. For a moment early on in the second, Nitesh was putting up a hell of a fight, dragging the rallies out, making them long, but Bethel late on in the second just took control, didn't he?
I mean, Nitesh probably has to go back here and spend the next 2 months figuring out how is he going to, you know, be a bit more competitive with his game against Daniel here, because these two are possibly going to be the first and second seed at the Paralympic Games, and which means that if they win all their matches there in the group rounds, they'll likely to meet each other in the finals if they make it to the finals. So.
Yes, and the way the SL3 rankings and the lineup for the games is looking, I can't see Nitesh being undone in that route through to what will hopefully be for him that Paralympic final. The Ukrainian Shirkov, you've got the Japanese Fujihara, potential threats. Bethel, if it all goes to plan, should get through as well, so that would be a repeat of the SL3 men's singles final in the Paralympic Games in just a matter of weeks. Right, 2 finals down, we've got 3 more to come. Men's singles SU5, the legend of the sport from Malaysia, Chia Lei Koo, Paralympic champion, and so many times world champion, in action once again. Feng Yanyu from Chinese Taipei, a threat. I know you've been watching in this week, Sharma. We've talked about it earlier in the week. That's just coming up in a few moments' time, so don't go anywhere. Stay with myself, Bobby Griffin, and Shami Sabaron for the next 3 finals. We'll be back in a couple of moments.
On court number 1, the men's singles SU5 final. Please welcome onto the court from Malaysia, Chia Lei Koo. And from Chinese Taipei, Fan Zhenyu. Your umpire, Shin Miss Halpin, and service judge, Carol Iriel. Court number 1.
This should be a really interesting match, Bobby. We've got the world number 1 and right now the world number 3 in the rankings.
Yeah, it's going to be a thriller. SU5 men's singles final here at Four Nations Para Badminton International 2024. Just very quickly, SU5 players in this class have an impairment to the upper limb, which could be on the playing or non-playing hand. More about that in a few moments. I think we can can't think of many players who've got the impairment on their playing hand, Charmy, but we can have a think about that as we let this match evolve. Let's have a quick word for Chia Leiku, your countryman. I hear that you're a big hero of his, actually. Is that right? Did I read that somewhere?
I don't think I've heard that one before, Bobby. I'd be surprised if I was.
But Deva Amrimusti, world number 2, not featuring in this final. That was who Chia had to overcome to take the Paralympics gold in Tokyo 3 years ago. And at the time, that was quite a surprise for me. Deva was on the rise as we look at Seamus Halpin, our chair umpire for this match. What is it like in Malaysia? I don't think the rest of the world would be able to name a para badminton player. If I talk to the average person on the street, in England, they probably couldn't name a badminton player, let alone a para badminton player. But Chia's pretty well known, isn't he?
Yes, Chia is definitely well known in Malaysia. He's won many awards. I mean, not to mention that he's active on social media, updating his fans on what he's doing. And every single time that Chia wins a tournament, and that is a lot. Last year alone, I think he was like on a 14 tournament winning run or something. And people know Chia.
Ready to play.
He is quite famous in our country. He is obviously the first Paralympic medalist, a gold medalist as well for badminton.
First Paralympic medal for Malaysia, I believe. Is that right? Not just in badminton, but in any sport.
For the Paralympic Games, Malaysia has won gold in other sports such as athletics, but for badminton, I'm talking about general badminton or para badminton. Chia is the first badminton player to win in a goal in Olympic or Paralympic Games.
Much to the disappointment of Lee Chong-wei, who never quite made it, with Lin Dan being so strong over the years.
Correct. So, and if you know Malaysia, you know how popular the sport is of badminton is in Malaysia. It's everywhere, and we take our badminton seriously.
Well, 16th meeting, 1-6 between these two. Chia Leiku with every single one of those victories. I'm just trying to look back to find out if they've ever even gone the distance. I think once. 2020, the Peru Para Badminton final that was, lasted 55 minutes. Chia came through 21-16 in the third. Every other of the 14 meetings, Chia has won in straight games. That has been the dominance of the Malaysian.
Yes, he's such a tough player to crack, isn't he, Bobby? So much experience in para badminton, in regular badminton as well. I mean, sometimes he competes with the regular badminton players in Malaysia.
He's played Purple League, hasn't he? I mean, that's...
right, yes.
I'm quite friendly with Chia. He picked me up at my hotel last time I was commentating in Malaysia, and we went for lunch. As did you, by the way, so thank you for that. We go back a long way. Back in the day, before it became such a professional sport, the man could put away the Guinness, I can tell you that. We had a night out in England once, which I won't go into much details, but he's very much the professional athlete over the last few years. The coaching staff in his corner even, I mean, we're not talking about average club level people, are we, Shami? I mean, we're talking about ex-professionals, ex-professional coaches. These guys are famous in themselves.
Correct, Bobby. I mean, Chia does coach Go Jin-wei as well, and Go Jin-wei has made it to the Olympic Games this year. So
yeah, former world junior champion, years
correct.
Young, wasn't she? Amazing.
World Junior Champions and Youth Olympic Champion as well. So, the coaching team behind Chia Leiku is very much a professional and really, really good. And keeping him in top shape. Because Chia is, he's 36 this year, and not the youngest of all the competitors out there in his category. So to be able to stay on top and play really well in every single tournament is, testament to what he's been doing the last, 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, and a word on Fang Zhenyu. I mean, he's really... he goes about his business quite quietly for me. I think about SU5 men's singles, and the names that come to mind are Surya Nugroho, David Rimusi, of course Chia. I don't ever think of Fang as somebody that's going to be challenging for titles, and yet he's been in a handful of finals. He won in Japan last year, although it wasn't a level 1. He's been in the final in Spain twice in 2 years, maybe even 3 times. He's been in the final of Thailand, he was in the final in Canada. To come through the field where it's always so strong. You've got Faris, Chia's teammate now, who is doing the business at the top of the sport. Taiyo Imai from Japan, Meryl Laquette has done really well. I mean, he's done really well, hasn't he, Fang Zhenyu?
Yes, he is. I mean, he's currently world number 3 right now, and
yeah,
it's very hard to win tournaments when when Chia is in the same tournament as you. But being world number 3, that means that you're consistently in the at the tournament's end, semifinals and finals maybe. And with Fang, being from Asia, Chinese Taipei, to win continental championship is also quite difficult because of all the players like Chia and Suryo and Deva in your list. So it's one of the most difficult regions to win tournaments in. But I think Fang's really grown since the Paralympic Games in Tokyo. I've seen him do really well at tournaments, and he's certainly talented as a player.
Yeah, I remember first sort of taking notice of him in the 2019 World Championships. He went quite far in that event, as I recall. Certainly quarters, probably semis. I don't think he was in the final, he might have been. But we were commentating there in Basel alongside the able-bodied World Championships. And suddenly I thought, I've heard the name, but I've not really sat and watched Fang Zhenyu. But he's calm, he's controlled, he's sort of... he's relentless, he just keeps going, and whereas the likes of Chia, he can turn it up, he can turn it down, he can play with skill, he can walk around the court. He's very flamboyant, isn't he, Chia Leiku?
Yeah, that's true. Very consistent.
11-5,
knows the ins and out of the sport. Chia, he has all his tricks up his sleeve when he's down to try and get back into the game. So very fun to watch. And whilst Fang here is, obviously a lot younger than Chia and has all the energy, and he just go every single match.
It's going to be tough for Fang today. He's a good mover, he plays with a lot of consistency, but Chia's just got too many weapons for me, and the scoreline 11-5.
Court 1, 20 seconds.
The first.
Court 1, 20 seconds.
Business as usual, I think, so far for Chia Leiku.
(11-5). Play. (12-5).
Well, other than Chia Leiku and David Amrimusi, I think they'll be the top 2 seeds, Charmy, won't they, for going into the Paralympic Games. staying at 3. I think those 3 positions should remain the same. Just looking at the world ranking points with Chia 10,000 ahead or so.
There will be only 2 groups for the Paralympic Games in this SU5 category.
Okay.
So there's 8 players in total. So that means there's going to be 2 groups and 2 seeds. So it is really important for Chia, especially, and maybe Deva to keep that rankings, to keep their 1 and 2 rankings. So, you know, they don't try to not meet until the finals of the competition itself. Since
yes, of course,
I think
that means they need to win all of their group matches, though, so they don't end up
15.
second in the group going through,
Correct,
and then beating a top seed.
Correct. When Deva did play at the Four Nations this tournament, but I'm not sure if he was ill because he had a walkover after the first match.
16,
so
6.
I'm not sure how that would affect his world rankings. We'll see on Tuesday next week.
Yeah, he lost that opening game to Merrill Lockett, doesn't he, in 3, and then he sort of retired. He didn't get to play Jack Wilson or Imai, which was great for both Merrill and Imai, who both would have been
16.
wondering whether they were going to make it through. There's Chia's coach on screen.
Yeah.
Hidek or Sidek, I forget his name.
No, that's Nova
Oh, that's
Widianto.
Nova.
Yeah, that's Coach Nova from he's Indonesian. So he's been coaching Chia from I guess since before the Paralympic Games in Tokyo, maybe, or just after that. He's done a really good job with Chia, maintaining his standards.
Yeah, he's kept him fit, which is racket skills from Chia, superb. I mean, I've seen Chia 15, 20 kilos, maybe even more heavier than he is now in the past.
Service over.
You know, he does enjoy his life off court. He loves fishing. I don't know if you know that, but he's always out sea fishing, sending through incredible photos of out catching these fabulous, exotic-looking fish from a boat. He's always out there doing that.
Oh, interesting.
He likes his food and drink.
17.
But you know, he's staying in great shape with the focus on the Paralympic Games. And I hope he continues in the sport for a lot longer as well, because
10-17.
he can be controversial. He's definitely flamboyant on court, sometimes off court, but he's certainly one of the big characters around the sport, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. It's the way he plays the sport. It's certainly very good to watch. Very interesting.
17.
And obviously he's played since he was young. Played with the regular badminton with Malaysian junior national team, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's right.
Service over.
In fact, he was
11.
a few years behind Lee Chong-wei, but I remember him telling me about very young age training sessions where Lee Chong-wei would be on, you know, in the same hall on a different court training, and how inspiring that must have been for a young Chia. Disability or not, he's got 2 good legs and a fantastic racket arm. Look at that slice winner.
19-11.
So yeah, to get the chance to play or train with top Malaysian juniors, that must have been a huge catalyst for Chia, springboard towards so much success. I counted a couple of years ago commentating how many world championship gold medals he has, both in
19.
men's singles and men's doubles. I can't remember the number. It's increased, improved since then, and I've completely lost track. He's won it all, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's definitely won it all. The Paralympic champion, world champion, continental champion. So it's you know, I wonder when you've won that much, how much motivation is left, or you know, how do you keep up motivation to win more?
Service over.
So that is interesting.
19.
And he's 36 years old now, and you wonder whether how much longer can I go on? Do I still have the motivation to do another one? I mean, he's still competing at the very highest level here, winning a lot of tournaments each year. So I wonder after the Paralympic Games in Paris what they will do.
Service over. 20. In game point. 12.
Well, I've got a question for you on that, so let's come back to it in a moment as Chia steps up to serve at game points here in the first. Oh, forehand cross drive through the defences of Feng Chen-Yu and Chia Ku, taking the opening game in just 12 minutes, ticking off of 13 minutes now, 21-12.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Second game. Love all. Play.
Sharma, you were talking there about motivation for Chia Ku into,
Service over.
How much desire does he have to continue? It certainly seems like, and has shown that he's got plenty right now, but after this next Paralympic Games, I'm wondering, at the age of 36, is there pressure from Malaysia, whether that's governmental or sports or badminton itself, to keep Chia Ku keeping fit, keep him training, keep him competing, because he's a huge success story for Malaysia? Because, lovely shot from Feng, sending Chia the wrong way. That doesn't happen that often. Yeah, I mean, does he get rewarded to keep this up? I mean, how does it work?
I mean, he's a full-time athlete right now. With the National Sports Council, if I'm not mistaken, here in Malaysia, and under contract with them. And I'm sure they would love to keep Chia around and to have him keep competing, because as of right now, the elite team of the Malaysian national team is, consists of Chia and Faris, his compatriot in SU5, and Amin SL4, and 2 wheelchair players. So it's not a huge team, and so
it's a strong team, though, isn't it? I mean,
it is a very strong team. All those players are capable of winning tournaments and competing very well at international tournaments. So they are very, very good.
3, 2.
So as of right now, obviously there's another SU5 players in Paris, and this is someone that maybe the National Sports Council has been looking at for quite some time now. He is younger, a lot younger than Chia, and yeah, can be equally as good as Chia. So it depends really. I mean, Chia can still compete. Obviously, he's proven that, and I think it's down to Chia really whether he wants to continue after Paris or not. And I think if he wants to, the National Sports Council will probably keep him. Yeah.
Yeah, how much does he want it, I guess, is the thing, because some of these players these days, MI from Japan, we've seen Deva and Rimusti for the last couple of years, they're so fit, they can drag the rally out for so long. Chia has to be explosive and strong to assert his game onto opponents like that.
Change.
No less. Feng Zhenyu, Errol Roquette, they're all guys in their 20s. It is going to be harder and harder for Chia to keep this up short. And with Faris coming through, his teammate, his doubles partner, who on any given day looks like the best player in the world as well.
Yeah, exactly, Bobby. And coming back to your question earlier, is he well rewarded? Yes, I believe so. I mean, winning the Paralympic gold in Tokyo was came with a huge reward for Chia, especially. Every time he wins a world title or goes to the regional Southeast Asian Para Games, then they get rewarded coming back with medals. So monetary wise, it's been very good for him, and he does it deservingly so.
Yeah, that's where there is still something of a disparity around the world. But badminton is one of the top sports in certain countries. It's a big sport in Malaysia. It's a huge sport in China, Indonesia. It's pretty big still in Japan and Korea. And it's less so in other parts of the world. A lot less money in the sport that necessarily goes into all the things that it takes to become this good. Not just the reward for doing well, but to create that player takes a lot of foundation, a lot of setup and structure.
Lang here with probably his first lead of the game, I think, at 7-5.
He's playing well right now, Frank. A couple of misjudgments previously from Chia, not this time.
6-7.
Lucky net cord, I think, from Feng.
8-6.
We talked about the dominance earlier of Daniel Bethel in SL3 men's singles. Chia's something similar, isn't he? He certainly has been over the years. He's being pressured more these days, but I'm just looking here at his tournament record over the last 2 years. So many tournament wins.
Service over.
Exactly, Bobby.
Only a handful of times, he's not won. Well, there's only been a couple of times he's not made the final when it actually matters. I mean, he pulled out, well, he didn't pull out, but he lost surprisingly in Australia. But that was to his teammate Faris, and I have to ask myself whether there was some, politics going on there. First defeat to your countrymen, but we'll leave it at that. It's not for me to necessarily say. But he has been absolutely dominant, hasn't he, for over a decade. Oh! Did that go over?
Service over.
Did he pull that off?
9.
I don't think so.
No.
I think
That would have been amazing.
Side. That would have been amazing.
Yeah, exactly, Bobby. Chia has been just like Daniel Bethel. I mean, quite dominating in this men's single SU5 class. And this year alone, he's on a 32 match unbeaten run right now. across singles and doubles, which is again incredible, right? So if he wins this match, it'll be 33 this year. So it's harder to pull that off in regular badminton, I think.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Chia's giving his entire best efforts. Wow, brilliant.
Service over.
For this Paralympic gold again.
8, 10.
This year in Paris. I certainly haven't seen him take his foot off the gas. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn with that result in Australia. But to see him beat his teammate Faris now, Faris is only improving. This week here in Scotland, it was a surprise for me to see him lose to him.
9, 10.
Yeah, I think over the second half of 2023 wasn't particularly dominating for Chia. I mean, still he goes on to the later stages of the tournament. But if you look at the record there, I mean, he lost to Deva at the Asian Para Games, and I think even in he didn't win in Dubai or towards the end of last year. So, but this year he came back with a vengeance and has won every single one of his matches. So, and obviously qualified for the Paralympic Games now. I'm sure that he'll give it. He's giving his all right now.
He's still so fast for a 36-year-old. So quick off the mark. That explosive first step.
Really good smash from Panda.
Yeah, it was. I thought Chia had out-rallied him earlier, but a good fight here in the second from Fang Jianyu. 11-10 at the interval. It's taking its toll on the man from Chinese Taipei by the looks of things.
I think apart from Chia and possibly Deva, everyone else seems to be on equal footing, isn't it, Bobby? You've got Merrill from France, and obviously Fang and Suryo. Everyone else seems to be able to beat each other at different times. But Chia and Deva is maybe a step higher than that.
Yeah, I totally agree. And that step is a big step as well, because I seem to recall Dave Amrimusi, the Indonesian, playing in the junior Indonesian nationals.
11, 10.
I think got to a quarter-final. I can't remember which age group. But that is some statistic. Chia playing in the purple league, okay, in doubles, not singles, in Malaysia. That's the standard we're talking about to get to the very top of
Service over. 11,
what is the most able-bodied replicated version of the sport that we have in para badminton, so to speak. SU5 looks like badminton, whereas other sport classes, you can tell
12,
it's
11.
para badminton.
Exactly. And if you were to watch the men's double SU5, it's the top level teams are put in a really good show. That's the second time now that Fang's won a point that way.
Frustration for Chia. Nothing you can do about the net cord. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Shami. I love watching. Is it Hafiz Faisal, the Indonesian men's doubles player?
Yes.
He and whichever partner he might be playing with, whether that's Deva or another one, it looks like top level men's doubles, and it's so good, so explosive, so entertaining. Good smash from Chia. Got behind
Service
that
over.
really nicely.
13 all.
To get off the floor, two-footed with the jump smash. Good play.
Service over. 14-13.
And he is trying to be the first from his country to win a medal in badminton at the Paralympic Games. Chinese Taipei has won medals in powerlifting, athletics, judo, but none yet in badminton. So Fang could be the first one this summer.
Thank you.
I question that, Charmy. I mean, I could be wrong, but I thought they won the men's doubles in...
Oh, sorry, I mean
Wang
para-badminton specifically.
Oh, in para-badminton, sorry.
Yeah.
Right, I was going to say
Paralympic
Wang
Games,
Qilin
yeah.
and
14,
obviously,
13.
his partner won men's gold in Tokyo. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, there aren't that many Chinese Taipei para-badminton players really. The team's quite small, isn't it? SL4, you've got Lin that's been doing the rounds for a number of years. He's won some medals at World Championships, but going back quite some time now. 14 all. I'll tell you what, it's been some terrific defending from Fang in this second game. Brilliant rally. Great touch from Chia to turn that cross course at the net.
14.
Nova looking pretty satisfied.
He must be really happy that you know, two of his players, Go Jinwei and Chia, is going to the Olympics and Paralympic Games. It's going to be a lovely probably a month in Paris for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
16-14.
He'll be delighted, and a pretty busy man for a few weeks.
Chia with a 2-point gap here now, after chasing Fang quite a bit.
17-14.
Pulling away.
Well, if it's a game plan, she is executing really well, because this is the time to start asserting variation on serve as well with that flick. Oh, well played from Fang. Gets himself back into rallies almost effortlessly sometimes, Fang Zhenyu. That kind of shot. He's out of position, he's late, but the quality
15,
to put Chia
17.
immediately back under pressure. Really impressive.
I do have some interesting news about Chia that I got this morning, Bobby.
Okay.
So in Malaysia, they've a studio has done a movie about him, Chia, and it will be released this summer. Next month, specifically on early July. So
I hope it's about badminton, Shami. I'm not.
Service over.
It is about badminton. It's about Chia's life.
Okay, good. Good.
Yeah. And his journey towards winning the first Paralympic gold medal.
That's superb. I've never watched any of the movies that have been made. There's famous from Saina Nehwal. I think PV Sindhu's had one.
That's true.
I'm not sure who else, but I've never...
16.
Are they any good? Have you seen any of these?
I've not seen any of the badminton one. Sad to say, I haven't even seen the Lee Chong Wei Dare to Dream one, so probably should. But I am, being close to the sport here, I am quite excited to see Chia's movie.
Yeah, I've read the book, the Lee Chong Wei book about his life story, but I've not seen the movie. I'd definitely like to take a look at Chia's movie.
17, 18.
So I'm sure, in between his busy schedule the next 2 months, and he'll be excited to see that come out. I know that the premiere is on the 5th of July, which is also World Badminton Day. So that's exciting.
Brilliant defence for so long from Fang.
Service
Couldn't keep
over.
up with the pressure. 2 points now.
19,
Chieleku
17.
from another international title. Shani, I want to see whether this movie talks about the night out I had in Loughborough with Chia once and our colleague Martin Rook. I don't have full memories of it past 2 AM, but Chia looked fresh as a daisy. Oh, good smash.
Service
Brilliant
over.
from Fang. Just keeping it close.
18, 19. Play.
Well, there's tons of pressure on Fang Zhenyu now, 18-19 down. And a game down. These next 3 or 4 points. Has to be his very, very best, but Chia's net shot's too good, yeah.
Service over. 20, match point, 18.
One word I would say to Fang, he is tenacious in his game, and you know, coming back from being down, but it's not so easy here against Chia. Ooh, wild one.
Service over.
Yeah, try to give that backhand
19,
a little bit extra.
20.
1 match point saved. Chia with 1 more in hand. As Fang serves 19-20 in the second. That's clever from the Malaysian. Yeah, there we go. Oh, he's let it drift wide. I thought he was going to finish that. It's over. Regardless, Chieleku through the straight games. 21-19 the second.
That is his third Four Nations title, Bobby, having won it in 2022 in Ireland, 2023 in Sheffield, and now this year in Glasgow. Fantastic record.
Yeah, brilliant record. You mentioned it before the show started to me. Daniel Bettel also coming through.
You should come to me
his
first. Okay, well done.
third on the trot as well. Seamus, the umpire, just saying she is meant to come and shake the hand with the umpire before he goes and celebrates
Match won
with
by Chieleku.
his team.
21-12, 21-19.
Straight games though from Chieleku. 3 fingers up. I think that's the 3 you're talking about, Shami. 3 Four Nations on the bounce for
Exactly, he knows it. Yeah.
Chieleku, yeah.
I mean,
pulls away even more in the world rankings to just confirm that spot as top seed going into the Paralympic Games.
Yeah. I think if
Fang
Wales
was good
were
today,
to,
though. Sorry, please go on.
I think if Wales were to host this next year, then and you know the same player wins it again, they should have like a Grand Slam of Four Nations title.
Yeah, that's not bad. That would be nice. It was good effort from Fang Zhenyu, though, Shami, today. His defence in the second in particular impressed me.
Yeah, he kept it close right to the very end of the second game there, and you know, tried his very best. Chia's just so patient and hard to go against.
Yeah, he is. He's one of those players, you give him a little bit of time and he takes full advantage and makes you so late.
I think that last point that he cheekily just put his racket up, but he knows he was going out.
Yeah, we've seen him do that a few times. Well, we've got 2 more finals to come here. Finals day of the Four Nations Para Badminton International in Scotland, Glasgow 2024. Lucas Mazur and Suhas Yasiraj go up against each other in the men's singles SL4 final in a couple of moments' time.
On court number 1, the men's singles from France, Lucas Mazur. And from India, Suhas Lalanakari Yatharaj. Your umpire, Latif Jauhari, and service judge, Cordelia Schroeder.
This is definitely an interesting one, Bobby, given the history between these two players.
Well, thanks again for being with us here in Glasgow for the 2024 Four Nations Para Badminton International Level 1 top level event. The last big event before we head to the Paralympic Games this summer. SL4 men's singles. Up next for you, the final, a second standing class in which players have lesser impairment to SL3, where one or more limbs are affected, and in this case standing lower, affecting minimal walking and running balance. Shami, there's a bit of history here between these two players. I know we've got that head-to-head record we can look at in a minute, but the last four, they've taken two each. It's not a given, is it, that Lucas Mazur is going to cruise through this one?
No, that's what's very interesting about it. Lucas obviously has been quite dominating in his class here, but Suhas is also a really good player and have, like you said, taken a couple of tournaments matches against him. You know, if you're following para badminton, then you will know that this is a repeat of the Paralympic Games finals from Tokyo.
Yes, and the top two players in the world right now. Repeat of the semi-final as well at the World Championships earlier this year in Thailand.
To play.
Yeah, it was a really big win for Suhas at the Para Badminton World Championships in Thailand this year against Lucas. He won the semi-finals, and Lucas had to settle for the bronze, having won it 3 times in a row before that. And it was, I think, it was Suhas's first World Championship. I think as a gold medalist. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was his first final.
First final.
We've seen.
Yeah.
I think so. I've seen Tarun versus Lucas in a few.
It's true.
And
Guys ready?
I don't think Suhas
Ladies
was in
and
the
gentlemen, on my right,
2021
Suhas
World
Lalinakere
Final.
Yatiraj, India. And on my left, Lucas Mazur, France. Lucas Mazur to serve, love all, play.
This will be important today for Lucas Mazur. I think the Paris Paralympic Games will mean more to the French than to anybody else, you know, playing a Paralympics in your home country.
Exactly, Bobby. I mean, it's such a huge occasion for Lucas and his teammates that's going to the Paris Paralympic Games, playing in front of their home crowd, and you know, a number of them are, you know, medal potential. Especially Lucas here, who is the reigning Paralympic champion from Tokyo. So to be able to do that again in Paris would be amazing, I think.
Yeah, didn't he have to work hard as well to take that Paralympic final gold?
Yeah.
The quarters and the semis, well, it's not exactly the quarters, but his last 3 matches were all thrilling. I mean, he was dead on his feet in that final.
Play on. You want to change? You want to change? Just change. Suhas, no shouting before the line judge decision.
Suhas here just be reminded by the umpire not to shout before the line judge make his decision. So.
Defense from Suhas.
4 left.
The perfect start for Mazur.
I think it's important here for Mazur to probably have a little bit of a psychological advantage here going to the Paralympic Games to beat Suhas here after losing to him at the World Championship. He's always confident, Lucas.
Yeah, Luca.
That's a nice way to put it. Shall we? Yes, he is. I think it landed in.
6 left.
It's a huge competition, isn't there, in SL4 men's singles? The top 6 in the world, all very capable of winning any international.
1-6.
Yes, exactly, Bobby. It's one of the most difficult class to compete in. Yeah.
Yeah, tell me about it.
You would know. Yes.
That's the reason I quit. I had enough of getting smashed up by these guys.
India is one of those countries that has a lot of talent in this class. They have 3 players who has qualified for the Paralympic Games in men's single SL4, and it's going to be one of the most difficult events to be a champion in this summer.
Yep, I agree, and they've got the 4th player in the top 10 in the rankings as well. Naveen Sudakumar's number 9.
Correct, yeah.
Suhas
That's another
2,
talent that's
Sukamp
coming up.
4.
Yeah.
Tarun still going. He was world champion back in 2013. I think it was my 2nd world championships. Tarun just destroyed the field, and he's still there doing it today. It's quite amazing. Effective.
It is interesting to see that. Sorry, Bobby.
No, just a pan to the crowd with French teammates, coaching staff and players supporting. That's Sandrine on the right. Been heavily involved in Para Badminton's coaching team for many years.
I was just going to say that with all the talent that India has in this class, Suhas is interesting to me because he is 41 years old, Bobby, and he's highest ranked from India in this class. So
it's quite amazing, and not only that, as I understand it, he's done it part-time. He's a very well respected, he's got a very good job within the Indian government, so I understand it, Suhas.
Yes, he is.
To be able to achieve what he does on a para badminton court with a kind of split priorities, if you like, his sport versus his working life. It's really impressive.
That's true. He is an officer in the Indian Administrative Service, and quite high up there, if I'm not mistaken. And what will like? I'm assuming that he's very busy with his regular job, but to be able to balance that up with being a world champion in para badminton and competing in all these tournaments, it's amazing.
Yeah, brilliant from Lucas.
11-3 in the ball.
Taking us to the mid-game interval, an 8-point lead. He's been functional so far, tactically taking the safe options, but he's moving well, he's hitting hard, and it's been difficult for Suhas so far. For all I know, Shami, Suhas, with his sort of
Indian coach.
double life, maybe he's playing badminton all day, every day. I don't know. You know, he might be, he could be training full time after all. You know, paid for by the government. Who knows?
That's true. I mean, I can't imagine, like, you know, playing if you're not really dedicated to the sport, that you can, you know, really reach to a level this high, being a Paralympic silver medalist and win the World Championship. This is a really hard sport, a really hard class to win.
(11-3). Play.
That's a fierce smash from Lucas Mazur.
12-3.
Well, he seems to be a little bit frustrated with that last point there.
And Lucas is another one, isn't he, where playing in multiple events, still doing well with Faustine Noel in mixed doubles. Oh, wow.
Serve silver.
Great defense.
4-12.
Instinctive reactions from Suhas.
Yeah, true. And you know, he was the silver medalist in mixed double as well, Lucas from Tokyo. So he's sort of used to playing more than one event at tournaments.
Serve silver. 13-4.
He does play men's doubles once in a while with his partner Merrill.
He got fed up back in his SL3, SL4 days at men's doubles, getting beaten by me in Bethel. So he moved to SU5.
Yeah.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
14-4.
But no, he does. He plays up, doesn't he, in SU5 these days?
Yep.
Which again is impressive in itself.
Yeah.
Well played, Suhas.
Serve silver. 5-14.
It's deceptively fast, Yathiraj. That imbalance you can clearly see. His right leg doesn't seem to slow him down as much as it ought to, in my mind.
Serve silver. 15-5.
I don't think he can afford to make those kind of simple errors there, like that serve there, being down 10 points. No, it's
That's a nice shot. Deceptive, the flick serve.
16-5.
Mazur taking full advantage of the very slightly weaker reply. 16-5. Another one gone long.
17.
Pressure on Suhas. Shami is trying too hard to force Lucas onto that back line in particular. match starting to look a bit like their last meeting in Spain in the final.
Yeah.
A straight games win for Mazur.
6-17.
It's going to be hard for Sukas to come back in the first at least.
Interesting, Bobby. I mean, Suhas is playing mixed doubles with Palak Kohli at the Paralympic Games.
18-6.
Because within the rules of qualification, you could invite singles players to play mixed doubles, and India has accepted that that slot that were given to them. So Suhas is playing mixed doubles.
Why wouldn't you? You know, that's brilliant. And Palak Kohli, you know, not that long ago moved out of SQ5 into SL4, and she's a threat in SL4 with Suhas. They could be dark horses for medals in the Paralympic Games.
That's true, and I think you would remember in for Tokyo 2020, Pramod Bhagat and Palak was playing mixed doubles then, and they were actually quite good, being paired almost for the first time at the Paralympic Games then.
Service fault call too high.
Service fault call.
Serve 20, game point 7.
Suhas giving away another point cheaply to Lucas, who serves on game point. Let's go out the back again, I think. Too many out the back.
Game.
Suhas unable to control that length.
Game won by
He really paid the price.
21-7.
In the opening game, Mazur coming through 21-7.
Quite surprising, Bobby. 21-7 for the first game here. We thought it'll be a bit closer than that, given the nature of the history of these two.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Suhas towel. Start off again. Start off. Second game. Level. Play.
Well, second game underway here in the men's singles SL4 sport class. A surprise opener, Shami. That's Suhas only able to get 7 points out of Mazur. I wonder if this change of ends will help him somewhat, because he couldn't control the shot on the back line, on Lucas's back line in that opener. And we know he's capable of so much more.
Yeah.
One left.
Well, Lucas struggling with the same thing.
1-0.
Haven't noticed it particularly, Andy, so far today, Shami. Certainly the SU5 final didn't seem to have any problems.
No, it was it looked pretty fine to me with the SU5 match.
Serve 2-1.
Court number 3, we will now have the women's singles wheelchair 2 final. So please welcome onto court from Turkey in 9 seconds.
Lucas being 27 years old here and have done almost everything in the sport. I don't know, everything in the sport, winning the Paralympic Games and the Continental Championship and all these circuit tournaments. I wonder, what he will be looking towards if he wins in Paris. Similar to Chia, but still being in, under 30.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard no news to the contrary. He really enjoys his life and lifestyle as an elite sportsman, Lucas, and I'd be surprised if he quits after another Paralympic gold medal. I think I can see him continuing on for the Los Angeles cycle. Oh, good defense.
I mean, I guess once you've won everything there is to win in a sport, I guess the aim there would be to become a legendary status, isn't it? To win as many of those majors as you can and stamp yourself in history.
Yeah, like so many para badminton players have done. That was a terrific rally from Lucas, by the way. Suhas could have put that away a few times. Somehow Mazur came through and found that smash winner. Yeah, we've got a few legends. I mean, first final out the wheelchair court earlier, I was looking at the results. Taiki Kajiwara is still young, and yet he's got so far, so many years left to be dominating against players like Danny Chan and Kim Jun-jun. You know, it's Xie Ku's done it for years. Lucas has that opportunity. Well played smash from Lucas.
Serve 5-2.
Dominating the rallies. So, well, you heard him. Disappointed with his miss.
Serve 3-5.
He towers over everyone, doesn't he, Mazur?
Yeah, he's a big, tall guy. Somewhere around 6'5", I think.
Is he the tallest player you've seen in para badminton circuit? Probably is, isn't he?
I think Thomas Van Schneider is taller.
Okay.
But it's very difficult to argue because he's in a wheelchair.
Serve 6-3.
Mathieu Thomas is also pretty tall. NSL
That's true.
Lucas's teammate. Great defense. Suhas under real pressure, just neutralizing from those positions. It's another great rally. That straight smash from around the head. causing all sorts of problems for Suhas. He's struggling to defend.
7-3.
What do you think Lucas needs to do, Suhas needs to do here to try and get this a win here? Because it looks like Lucas is picking up everything here and making no mistakes.
Yeah, I don't think he needs to change much.
Not now.
He's actually playing really well and asserting himself into the rallies, but Lucas is just playing at the top of his game, and with that reach and that height he's got, it makes it really hard for Suhas.
8-3.
His shots are a bit too slow from Suhas, perhaps.
Yeah.
Lucas is only really under pressure when he's...
That is a fantastic smash, yeah.
Yeah, defend at speed, and Suhas isn't making him have to get down low and move sideways as quickly as he needs to. It's the only thing I can really see.
Okay, quick one.
Because given a bit more time, like that rally there, Lucas is just too dominant.
Yeah. Thank you.
Doesn't seem to be an aggressive player, Suhas, doesn't he? Like, he controls the shuttles and puts it back and finds all the different angles. But he doesn't rush it. It doesn't go on all out attacking.
No, he doesn't. I think one of his biggest weapons is that speed. He's actually very fast. And his shot quality is generally really good.
Yeah.
10-3.
He's running away with this match, Lucas. 10-3 now.
Interval.
Well, the intention was there from Suhas. That was what I was asking for. Try and take the shuttle early and force Lucas into quicker, weaker defensive positions, but it's too solid today. Mazur mid-game interval in the second. 11-3. The Frenchman leads. After a solid opener as well. Tough test here in Scotland for OLAHRAGA.
Yeah, all the matches so far has been 2 games, isn't it, Bobby? And some have not been that close. I mean, we saw Fang trying to keep up with Chia just now in the second game, but apart from that, all the others have been, the winners have been quite dominating.
Yeah, the top seeds.
11-3.
In my mind, maybe not on paper.
It's 11 here.
The only reason I say that,
it's not working, so you can hear my
Hellas
voice.
Sugoi, number 1 in the world right now, but
it's not working.
In my mind, Liani and Chen Yifeng are the stronger players. And so, Bethel, Chia and Ottila coming through so fast. Lucas looking
11-3.
good. And
play.
We've got a mixed doubles SH6 to follow. That might be similar if the Indonesians are on their best form. It's going to be tough for the Indians to compete there.
4-11.
It'd be really good if this match goes to 3 here. We want to see a little bit more badminton. And
Kind of racket head. Yes, it's racket head.
Service fault from Suhas.
There's a couple we've seen from him. It will take something special, I think, Shami. Lucas Mazur with the Paris Paralympic Games just around the corner, a big team behind him. He's such a professional outlook on the game these days. Yeah. I'd be surprised if he has something of a meltdown here.
I don't think he really does get melts down, Mazur.
I've seen him get frustrated. Perhaps I'm going back a few years.
5-12.
But you're right. He knows what he's doing. He puts in the training hours. You know, he works very hard. And he backs himself. You know, he believes in his shots and what it's going to produce. He's actually very hard to beat.
I think Lucas would relish in the moment playing in front of a, you know, hopefully a full stadium at the Paralympic Games and having the home crowd behind him. I think that's something that he's built for. Some people may, you know, cower down and, you know, feel the pressure, but maybe not Lucas. I think he really likes those kind of moments.
I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to be there myself, to be honest, and witness that, because the French love their badminton. Outside of Asia, the French Open over the years is the best tournament in terms of atmosphere to be a part of. They go absolutely wild, and to have this event in Paris, and to have strong medal hopefuls like Mazur for France competing, I can't imagine it's going to be anything different but a full house and a really loud, exciting crowd.
Yeah, I would really, you know, I'm looking forward to that. I've been to the Indonesia Open and, you know, the regular badminton tournament, which is a fantastic event, and seen the support that they have over there. And, you know, if what you're saying is really, you know, really true, then, you know, I can't wait to come to Paris and absorb that kind of atmosphere.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, let's hope the crowds turn up for para badminton. I'm sure they will. I mean, ticket sales have gone well, haven't they? And there's plenty of travelling support. Great rally here. Oh, brilliant.
Oh, brilliant. Yes.
Oh, well, I think he's missed. Hard to see from this camera angle, but I think that came back on Lucas's own side.
Yeah, I saw the score ticker went up for Suhas there, so yeah, I think so.
Thank you. On court.
Difficult commentating from this position to see, but it was a great rally for both players. Lucas's touch just letting him down at the last second.
Luca, get ready.
He's panting a little bit there, Luca.
Yeah.
Sarasota, 15-7.
It's pretty warm in Scotland today. I don't mean that in comparison to where you are, Shami, in Malaysia, but 18 degrees currently in Scotland is a positive heat wave for them.
Yeah, 18 degrees is like air conditioning temperature for us, Bobby. It's cold.
Return. Suhas read that flick serve pretty well.
15. Sarasota, 16-8.
He's not taking his foot off the gas, is he, Mazur?
No, he wants this to be over and done quickly here. And keeping his opponent to single digits here, it's huge psychologically for him going to the games as well.
Yeah, I was going to say that earlier. That's the big thing. It's that positive feeling going into your final training block before the games.
Yeah.
To finish the last international with a win, you won't have lost a single match for however long. And to have that feeling, to build that confidence, all important for Mazur right now.
There will be 12 players for the men's single SL4 at the Paralympic Games this year. And slightly different to the competition format from international. There's going to be only the winner of the groups are going to go to the semi-finals of the tournament.
Okay.
So
there's four groups of 3.
Yep, 4 groups of 3, and then only the winners. Yeah, only the winners will go through the semis. And
So then there's 4 seeds. Would I be right?
Yep, correct. Yeah.
Wow.
And if you look at the entry list, Bobby, there's at least 5 or 6 very, very talented players there. So
I'm frantically scrolling through them now, Shami, because that is huge. I didn't realise that was the format in SL4.
Yeah, because
no reason to check without GB players in that category. So these 2, 1 and 2 in the world, will cement their places. Freddie Setiawan at 3 and Sukant Kadam at 4.
Which then means that
unless the Malaysian might overtake Sukant for 4th spot this week.
Correct. So we'll see what happens with the world rankings on Tuesday. But there's a couple of really talented players there in Amin from Malaysia and Karun as well, who if not seeded, then they'll be able to sort of be placed anywhere in the random draw. So which makes it for it could be a tricky draw for some of the seeded players as well. So it'll be very, very interesting.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that. We've got Sukant Kadam and Mo Amin Burhanuddin. 4 and 5 in the world, fighting out for that 4th spot really, but they both made it to the quarterfinals here this week. So when the rankings get updated, I think Sukant will stay at 4 and be seeded.
And you'd have to remember as well that
can Tarun overtake them?
Yeah,
it's getting tricky now.
Exactly.
I don't think Tarun's going to pick up 2,000 extra ranking points over Sukant. For the semi-final over a quarter-final here, give them 2,000 points extra.
Semi-finals?
Yeah, Tarun made it to the semis yesterday.
Right.
Down to Lucas.
We'll have to see what he did last year at the 4 Nations. I'm not sure.
Oh, now it's getting tricky to work out. Yeah, exactly. Right. Let's leave this alone for the moment. But either way, I think you're right. I mean, we've got 4 top players taking seeding positions, and then you've got Ramdani, Tarun, Burhanuddin.
Yeah.
All fighting out in the groups. You don't want to face any of them, really.
No, exactly, right? They're really, really talented players, any of these guys. So, if you're not feeling 100% on that day itself, then, you lose one match. It's hard to get out of the group and, to win a medal.
Well, the crowd's going for it here, Charlie, because Lucas has got 9 match points. He's not willing to let Suhas back into his second game, even at this stage, with a big, comfortable lead. Oh, he's found the line! Cross smash winner from round the hedge.
Fantastic finish for Mazur there.
Yeah, brilliant finish. Well, he's world number 1. He's already top seed going into the games, and he's still celebrating like it means the world to him. It's good to see Lucas Mazur. Brilliant performance.
This is also a third 4 Nations title. For him.
3rd year of the 4 Nations, and he's won all 3. as has Chia and Daniel Bethel. And technically Hella would have had a chance for 3, even though it was something of an exhibition back in Ireland in 22, but Liani was too strong for her today to prevent that anyway. Well, Suhas has got a lot to think about, I reckon, if he wants the gold in SL4 men's singles at the Paralympic Games, because
Exactly.
the last 2 meetings, Mazur has dominated.
And slightly different to the regular tournament as well. 2 from the same country can be in the same group as you.
Because
So
of 3 Indian players, right?
Yeah, correct, yes.
Well, it'll be fascinating to see what happens with that Paralympic draw on August 24th.
Yes, correct, Bobby.
Just the week before, or less than a week before the Games gets underway on the 29th, I think it starts.
Yeah, so they have 5 days to sort of figure out how to play the players in their group, you know, strategize and, you know, train for those matches.
Well, talking of matches, 4 down on finals day here on court number 1. We've got 1 more left for you in our live coverage here on court 1. Standing finals. SH6 mixed doubles coming up next, with Salai Malai and Sumathi Sivan from India taking on Suban and Marlena from Indonesia.
On court number 1, you will now have the mixed doubles SH6 final. So please welcome from India, Sivarajan Solamali and Nityasri Samathi Savan. And from Indonesia, Savan and Rina Maralina. Your umpire, Cameron Rio, and service judge, Peter Chow.
Thanks for staying with us here today. 4 Nations Para Badminton International 2024 live from Glasgow, Scotland. Finals day in our last final, showcased on court number 1. Mixed doubles in the SH6 category. Salai Malai and Sumathi Sivan from India up against Suban and Marlena from Indonesia. SH6 players are short in stature due to a genetic condition typically often referred to as congenital dwarfism. I'm here with badminton superfan, para-badminton superfan, Shami Sabron. And Shami, I don't know if you saw it, but what about the performance yesterday from Salai Malai and Sumathi Sivan beating the English Shepherd and Chung? A bit of a surprise as the English world number 1 pair went out in that semi-final. But a great performance from the Indians so far this week.
Yeah, I was quite surprised with that result, really, because the English pair has really done well so far this year, and they look really, really strong at the different tournaments. So, not sure what went wrong with them yesterday.
This is going to be a tough one for them today, though. I mean, these 2 pairs have only met once, and that was last year in Canada, which was 1 year and 5 days ago. It's just over a year ago. And Suban and Marlena came through 21-5, 21-16. They're so strong, the Indonesian pairs. They play almost level doubles rather than mixed, because Rina Marlena has got great racket skills, great power, and they're tough to beat on a doubles court, these 2.
Ready to play?
Solana
I am
is
interested
going
to
to have
see.
to play at his very best.
Yeah, it'll be
Sorry,
interesting
please.
to see Rina here play today. Obviously, she just came back. This is her first tournament after her injury in late 2022 after the Asian Para Games, and she hasn't competed in any tournament since. After that, not even the World Championships earlier this year. So this is her first tournament since October last year. So obviously it looks like there's no issue because they've steamrolled all their opponents this week.
Well, including these two pairs met in the group stage, didn't they? And yeah, they were. That would have been the biggest test for me, anyway.
Yeah.
And they came through 13 and 12. I mean, I don't think there's too much wrong with Rina Marlina. She doesn't look like she's really lost a step since that injury.
Yeah.
But yeah, it will be interesting to see under pressure in a final whether the Indians can step it up.
Rina is competing in the singles event, or she usually does, but at this tournament she's only playing mixed doubles, maybe just to protect her health a little bit more, I guess, until she gets to that Paralympic Games.
I think you're bang on there, Shami. I think that'll be exactly the reason. She's only just coming back from injury. You know, the mixed doubles qualifies you for the singles anyway. I mean, she qualifies in her own right for singles. But why risk it? You know, why push things too hard if you're just coming back? How relaxed she looks. A bit too relaxed, perhaps, at that final point.
1-all. Service over. 2-1.
Aggressive.
Service over.
From Solana.
He's really quick, isn't he, Solana?
Yeah, he is. He gambles a lot. He's one of those players that sort of takes the chance, goes for it, and if he gets it wrong, he kind of looks a bit silly sometimes. But when he gets it right, you know, it puts him under so much pressure. Oh!
It's blocked.
3-2.
It was a frame shot, I think, came off the racket. Subban here.
Service over. 3-all.
A bit slow to react at times, the Indonesians. Not managing to do enough. Good shot. Huge dive from Salamalai.
5-3.
Very calm, Shami, aren't they? Subban and Marlina, very relaxed.
Yeah, they're very confident in their ability, work really well together.
Service over. 4-5.
Let's look at the world rankings right now, and obviously because of Rina's injury, they've not participated much in mix, so they're down now to, you know, world number 2 now, Subban and Rina.
Yeah, this is just their 6th tournament, I think, in this
correct
period. So Shepherd and Chung should stay at #1 going into the games.
6-5.
9 tournaments and a semi-final result here this week.
Yes, that's right, Bobby. So, which is a big thing for Jack and Rachel going in there as a world #1. You know where your position is, and you wait for the draw to be filled up and to see who you're playing against.
Salam Alai and Sivan probably going up to 4th in this final. I think they're just 500 points behind Juliana and Nilton, although it depends how many points they've got this week and what happened at the last 4 Nations. So it always takes a calculator and a few minutes to work out, doesn't it?
Good defense from Subban there.
Well, the Peruvians also got to the semi-final yesterday, of course. So actually, they might stay in 4th spot, even with this final result for the Indians. If the Indians can win this, they might get 4th spot. How many groups, Shami, in the mixed doubles?
There's only going to be 2 groups, so only the first, rank 1 and 2 will be seeded for the games itself. So, you certainly, like Subban and Marina, certainly want to keep their second seed there. But the tricky thing is that because of the pair from China is not competing, as much, and they are quite strong, so they may be able to.
Finalists, won't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they'll be the potential pair to avoid because they'll be
exactly.
unseeded. Oh, good pick up from Subban. Oh, off the frame again. Subban gets away with it this time.
Service over. 9-6.
Getting a bit lucky. Yeah, it's an interesting category because the Indians proved yesterday they can get the better of the English. The Chinese are a huge threat. You've also then got young Michai with Sai Yang in Thailand at 6th seeds. If Michai's enjoying himself, you don't want to play him.
That's true. A really talented player from Thailand, so young and so skillful.
Yeah.
Watching him play singles is just...
That's like an exhibition, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
In fact, I was at the 4 Nations in Sheffield last year. I think it was semi-finals day, watching Michai and Sai Yang play mixed against the Americans. And at match point, I think Miles just walked the wrong way. He didn't see where the shuttle went. Such is the skill of Michai, who just magic balled him with this weird forehand. Just sent the shuttle completely the wrong direction. Everybody moved left and the shuttle went right. And Miles just picked up his stuff and walked out and said, I just didn't see where that went. And just, he's so skillful. 11-6.
It's a joy watching him play because maybe it's because his age, he doesn't show he's nervous or he's scared, and it feels like he's playing because he's enjoying it.
Yeah, that's all that it looks like. He's just enjoying playing badminton and and to see the shots that he pulls off, it's really nice to see.
And good badminton as well, Bobby.
Oh yeah, he's he reads the game brilliantly. It's almost unsighted, it's hard to break down, but
11-6.
his choice of shots and his anticipation as to what's going to happen next are right up there with the best in the world, and he's still so young.
I've not looked at the entries of the biography of the players, all of them, but he could be the youngest this time around to go in badminton. He could be. Because in Tokyo, it was Beatriz Monteiro from Portugal, if I'm not mistaken, who was the youngest in amongst all the 90 players there.
Yeah, I can't think of anybody younger at games. How old is the female wheelchair one Chinese player? She's still quite young.
She's probably 19 years old this year, or just 20, I think.
36.
I think Daiki was quite young, wasn't he? 19?
Yes, he was young when Tokyo happened.
Confusion.
Oh.
Salama floored. Whole court to aim at.
14-6.
I think the SH6 category will be one of the most interesting and event to watch at the games because there's so much talent around. We also have the American player Miles and JC Simon, who's qualified for mixed doubles and consequently singles as well. Miles is the Pan Am champion, so
it's a gritty performer. Plays with a lot of power. It's interesting in all three disciplines too, isn't it? Singles and mixed. You know,
14.
Anything could happen on the day in these categories. And whilst Subban and Marlena have been pretty dominant in mixed doubles, they don't look unbeatable. Their results suggest they are.
Yeah, true.
So on paper they do. But there's been a few occasions in certain rallies where they leave spaces on the court and tactically a pair could work them out.
9-14.
That being said, I can't remember them ever losing a game, Shami. Or certainly a match.
In 2023, Rina and Subhan went an unbeaten streak in mix. Like they won like 7 tournaments, if I'm not mistaken, before Rina got her injury. So,
well, if they win this will be their 10th.
All right,
ranking period.
Service over.
But that only goes
15-9.
back to the Indonesia International in 22.
Wow.
So 2 years pretty much.
Play.
I don't think they've been beaten. Good smash from Subban.
It must be so good going to your first Paralympic Games and then knowing that, you know, you've won 10 tournaments and still unbeaten. But I don't know if there's comes a bit of pressure there when you're there actually at the games, and you know you expect it to win, but I don't know if the occasion will overwhelm you.
Well, it can happen. I mean, we saw. I don't want to go back to my own teammates again, but Daniel Bethel went into this World Championships in Thailand in February, having not lost a match unless he's had to withdraw or through sickness. But he hadn't lost to Pramod since Tokyo Games, you know, back in 21. 8 or 9 finals, something like that. At least 6, I can't remember exactly how many, but it's the one that matters. And pressure can do all sorts of funny things.
9.
Marlena looking so calm, makes the error, but
10-18.
Footwork timing and those shot choices makes it look effortless.
He was nominated as the female para badminton player of the year
Service
for
over.
2023.
19-11.
Because
right.
not just winning mixed doubles, she also win her singles matches as well, in tournaments in singles events. So
Service
and it
over.
was a very, very good year for
12,
Freela before she got her injury.
19.
We will now have the men's doubles wheelchair 1 and wheelchair 2 final. So please welcome from Korea, Jeong Jae-eun and Yoo Soo-young. And from Japan,
Very calm, Sabrina, again.
8.12.
Caresses the shuttle. Down the line, 8 game points. National-wide.
Game.
Comprehensive
First
opening
game
game.
won by
Subana Marlina, 21-12.
21-12.
They don't look particularly threatened, Shami. So far, at least.
No, it's as if they start right back at where they left off at the Asian Para Games, where they won the tournament, and it's like they took a break and then come back and never stop.
Well, the Indonesians don't look as athletic as some
That's
other
true.
players in this category in the world, but they don't need to almost. That isn't their way of winning, and that kind of shot from Rina just breaks the wrist and then pushes it up the line to the empty space. To be fair, the serve wasn't being covered that well, but she makes it look easy, and that physicality that she lacks, she more than makes up for with her skills and power.
Then three places. One, center area, strong. Center area, more. Center area, hard part strong. Second thing, when you jump, girl is little. Girl toss, drop. Because our body can be totally double. Now also. Understood now? अभी करोगे ना ये बात. Just so. Start करो आप.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Second game, level, play. One love.
Well, second game underway now. Subana Marlina
Out. Service over.
not yet
One
in
all.
top gear physically, but they don't need to be, and perhaps if they try to, it might disrupt their rhythm because they just look so calm, even under pressure.
2-1.
Touch of complacency from Marlina. That's clever from Subana. And again, struggling somewhat. That
Yeah,
forehand
Sola
corner,
Malay,
Marlina. Well, yeah,
covering the
he's made a
court,
couple of errors.
running around.
Yeah. That's the shot making of the Indonesians, just dragging him out of position. Sivan late to react.
Service over. 2-4.
He's smiling halfway through the point. Marlina.
Exactly.
Service over. 5-2. Read it. It's to you. Service
save from Marlena, but they put the shuttle right back to her.
Service over. 6-3.
It's hard for the Indians here to assert themselves on top of the Indonesian pair because they just relax and leave it to the last second and flick the wrist and send the shuttle into an open space.
Exactly. It looks like they're working Sivaraj and Solamalai really hard here.
Yeah.
And he's expending his energy more than, more than he wants to.
Haven't seen the cartwheel yet this week, one of his little trademarks. Not just in celebration, I've seen him do it during a point once. Well, it was better from the Indians, but they lacked the final product.
Service over. 7-5.
That shot from Marlena, so casual,
Service over.
setting up Subban for the smash finish.
6-7.
Do you think that the style of their play, can be countered by, being more athletic, like being just faster than them?
8-6.
No.
No. Okay.
I actually don't. I don't think if the Indians were quicker on their feet, it would make that much difference. They're miles quicker than the two Indonesians anyway. It's purely the badminton. The types of shots, the choice of shots, where to put the drop shots, when to hold the shuttle and drive it into an empty space. You can't react until the shuttle's played. And if the Indians were a little bit quicker, I think they're still late on the shuttle.
I think you're right, Bobby. I mean, that reminds me of Hari Susanto, Liani's former partner.
Yeah, absolutely.
And during the Tokyo Paralympic Games, I mean, he was probably one of the oldest players in the standing class. And,
yeah, well in his 50s, yep.
Yeah, and just through his shot making and ability, he wasn't the fastest or the most agile, but they won gold at the games, and that was because he understood the game. He knows where to put the shot, control the shuttle. Yeah, I think you're right, Bobby.
Yeah. Well, it's 11-6. A turnaround here.
Yeah.
There's been too many errors from Marlena in that position before Henry a corner. There's 3 or 4 there. Pretty complacent and relaxed looking Indonesian pair in the second so far has allowed the Indians back in. I wonder if we'll see them
Court 1,
step it up a
20
bit.
seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
If they'll let this slide to a third deciding game.
On court, please. Subban.
Let's look at the results from the other matches today, Bobby, and looks like Nithya won her singles this morning. 3 games against Juliana from Peru. So that must have taken a little bit out of her.
Yeah, it's a good point. This week's efforts and antics, and also the fact that it's a long way to come for these Asian nations. all the way to Scotland. Despite being summer in the UK, it's still pretty cool up there. 17, 18 degrees today, and can't afford to turn up a week early to get over the jet lags and things like that. So it's tough going.
Yeah, exactly.
See how Rena was early on that shot. She just knew where Sivan was going to place the shuttle.
11.
See, that's the sort of rally that normally Salamalai would...
Great pick up from Subhan there.
Indonesians defending brilliantly.
Again, forcing Salamalai to make that dive to try and save the point there, but...
Well, he gambled at the start.
Yes.
Didn't finish the rally. And the Indonesians just surviving that onslaught. Got to get the Indonesians late on the shuttle.
See that?
Open up some space in the forecourts and make them play
9-11.
at full stretch.
10-11.
Four straight points for the Indonesians. He's missed again. Salamalai. 5 in a row. Well, I asked the question whether they'd relax and just take it to 3 or step things up, Shami. The Indonesians, 6 straight points.
And I think 3 or 4 of those points were just from errors, basically, from the Indians. They push a couple of back up the line, and you really can't do that against the Indonesians. Again, one more. 13-11.
Good rotation. There you go, open court.
Yeah.
Pressing it into the open spaces. That is brilliant from Marlena. She makes it look so simple. Footwork spot on. Holding the shuttle. Seeing where the space is. And just casually placing the shot.
15-11.
Well, that's 9 points, Shami.
Yeah.
Talk about
the Indians
turning it on.
haven't scored any points since the start of the second half here.
That's right.
Oh,
she's just missed. That was millimetres wide.
15. Hey! 13, 15.
And
14, 15.
the Indonesians is the defending champions of this tournament here from last year. I don't think they went to the Irish tournament, but they won last year in Sheffield.
Lucky for Marlena that it was going wide. She had to take that late on the backhand otherwise.
16, 14.
She's so good, Marlena. Forced into that mistake. Shuttle play that at pace.
15, 16.
Very good from Subhanda.
17-15.
Everyone thought he was going to play with pace. And again, just turning the shuttle into the space. Another one out the back. Throwing this away now. 11-6 they led. Now they're trailing 18-15.
3 more points here.
Yep.
Solamalai just missed that hit his frame again.
Too much pressure, wasn't it? He rushed it.
Sivarajan, don't throw sweat.
Going wide. Match points here.
20. Match point 15.
International championship points. With Subhan on serve. He's missed.
Oh, that's...
Oh.
It's all over.
Match won by Subhan and Rina Malina. 21-12.
And despite a slight wobble early in the second for Marlena and Subhan, they came through brilliantly to close out the match. 11-6 down they were. 4 points scored from the mid-game interval for the Indians, and 15 out of 19. Brilliant for Marlena and Subhan. World number 1 pair, unbeaten in at least 2 years. Going in a second seed into the Paralympic Games in a few weeks' time.
Yeah, really good boost for them. Just knowing that they can still compete with all these pairs here going to the Paralympic Games, even though they were more than 6 months away from the sport arena, especially.
Yeah, good to see her back to some fitness. She'll be a threat in singles and mixed doubles. Well, Shami, that's it for finals on court number 1. It's been a brilliantly run tournament here in Glasgow for the Four Nations, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think the host has done a really good job in organizing this this 3rd edition of the Four Nations. You know, kudos to Badminton Scotland for running such a good tournament. I think the players really enjoyed it this week. I've heard quite a few comments from the players that they love Glasgow, and it's a new city for them, exciting, and they love it. So I'm hoping that they continue on hosting this tournament in the future. So well done to the host and all the sponsors and the volunteers there.
Yes, well, a 3rd Four Nations International closes to an end on court number 1. From Bobby Griffin and from Shami Sabron, thank you for tuning in today. Paralympics just around the corner, and all eyes will be on that.
Presenting the medals today, we have Paul Corso, BWF Vice President for Para Badminton, Richard Carroll, BWF Council Member and Chair of Para Badminton Athletes Commission, Kate Wallace, Major Event Consultant at UK Sport, Aileen Travers, Vice President of Badminton Scotland, and Ganesh Balaji, Rapid Sport Manager at Ransom Sporting Goods. We now present the prizes for the Wheelchair 1 men's singles. And Paul Curzo will present the medals for this event. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the medalists for the Wheelchair 1 singles. Your bronze medal winners are, from Korea, Jeong Jae-gun, and from Japan, Osamu Nagashima. And the runner-up winning silver medal is, from Malaysia, Muhammad Iqbal Ramli. And now, your champion and gold medal winner from Korea, Choi Jung-man. And now, the prizes for the men's singles wheelchair 2, presented by Richard Perot. Please welcome on the men's singles wheelchair 2 medalists. Our bronze medalists today, from Korea, are Kim Jung-jun and Yoo Soo-young. And winning silver from Hong Kong, Chan Ho-yuen. And our champion, taking gold from Japan, Daiki Kajiwara. Our next event, the men's singles SL3, presented by Kate Wallace. Our bronze medalists are, from India, Nihal Gupta, and from Ukraine, Alexander Cherkov. And our winner taking gold, Daniel Bethel. We now move on to the men's singles SL4, presented by A.B. Travers. Our bronze medalists are from Indonesia, Freddy Setuan, and from India, Tarun. Our runner-up and silver medalist from India, Suhas Ladikari Yataraj. And our gold medalist from France, Lucas Mazur. We now move on to the men's singles SQ5, presented by Ganesh Balaji. And our bronze medalists are from France, Meryl Loquette, and from Malaysia, Mohamed Faraz Anur. Our runner-up and silver medalist from Chinese Taipei, Ban Zhenyu. And our champion taking gold from Malaysia, Chia Lian Hao. Our next category, the men's singles SH6, presented by Paul Corzo. Our bronze medalists from England, Christian Coons, and from Brazil, Vitor Tavares. Our runner-up and silver medalist from India, Krishna Nagar. And your champion taking gold from Hong Kong, Chu Man Kai. Next up, we have the women's singles wheelchair one, presented by Richard Perot. Taking bronze from Switzerland, Cynthia Mattei. Our silver medalist from Thailand, Sujarat Bukam. And our gold medalist from Japan, Serena Satomi. We now move on to the women's singles wheelchair 2 event, presented by Kate Wallace. Our bronze medalists today from Peru, Pilar Jorgui Cas and Cancino, and Chinese Taipei Yang Aichen. Our runner-up taking silver from Turkey in 9 seconds. And our gold medalist from Korea, Jung Gi-il. Please now welcome the medalists to the women's singles SL3 category, presented by Aileen Travers. Our bronze medalists are from India, Mandeep Kaur, and from Australia, Celine Vino. Our silver medalist from India, Manasi Girish Chandra Joshi. And our gold medalist from Indonesia, Sayakuro Wanata Iktia. We now move on to the women's singles SL4 category, presented by Ganesh Balaji. Our bronze medalists from Indonesia, Kalamata Sadia, and from Japan, Haruka Fujino. silver from Norway, LA Sophie Sagoy. And our winner from Indonesia, Liani Ratri Oktila. Please welcome your medalists for the women's singles SU5 category, presented by Paul Corzo. Our bronze medalists are from Denmark, Catherine Rosenbrand, and from Japan, Mamiko Toyoda. Our runner-up and silver medalist from India, Manisha Ramadas. And our champion today, taking gold from India, Thulasanathi Murugesan. We now move on to the women's singles SH6, presented by Richard Perot. Our bronze medals today from England, Rachel Chum, and from Poland, Olivia Semegal. In second place, our silver medalist from Peru, Juliana Poveda Flores. And our champion and taking gold from India, Nithya Sri Sumathi Savan. Please now welcome the medalists for the men's doubles wheelchair 1 and wheelchair 2, presented by Kate Wallace. Our bronze medalists from Korea, Choi Jung-man and Kim Jung-jun, and from Malaysia, Nur Azman Roland and Mohammed Iqbal Ramli. Taking silver from Japan, Daiki Kajiwara and Hiroshi Murayama. And our champions from Korea, welcome the men's doubles SL3 and SL4 medalists, presented by A.E. Travers. Our silver medalists are from India, Prem Kumar Azil and Dinesh Rajaya. And your gold medalists from India, Jagadish Dilli and Sundarajit Maharana. Next, please welcome the medalists of the women's doubles wheelchair 1 and wheelchair 2, presented by Dinesh Balaji. Our bronze medalists from Brazil, Ana Gomez and Daniela Torres Souza. And from Australia, Misha Gins. And our silver medalists from Chinese Taipei, Hu Guangchao and Yang Ai Chen. And our gold medalists from Switzerland, Cynthia Matei and OLAHRAGA. We now move on to the mixed doubles, SL3 and SU5, presented by Paul Corzo. Our bronze medalists from France, Lucas Mazur and Faustine Noel, and from India, Kumar Mitesh and Gulsamathi Murugesan. And our presented by Richard Murrow. Our bronze medalists are from Peru, Milton Crisanti Ignacio and Juliana Poveda Flores, and from England, Jack Shepherd and Rachel Chu. And now, our runners-up and silver medalists from India, Sivarajan Solomali and Nithya Sri Samadhi Savan. And your champions taking gold from Indonesia, Savan and Rina Marlina. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the Four Nations Para Badminton Championships. Good luck to all the athletes traveling to Paris for the Para